Welcome, Uncle Jay. Welcome, Langcat Legends. Welcome, everyone lurking in the shadows. Haven't been live for a while, so we're making everything happen here. Let me see whether I can get some chill background for our little stream here. Ooh, there hasn't been any new teasers. They've been slacking. I thought there was going to be teasers every day since this one. Okay. Cat time. Cat time should be an emote. I agree. We should make a cat time emote. Okay, wait. Gotta quickly also switch out the battery for the headphones.
Bye-bye.
Rectal bleed is cool.
Yeah. Don't tell your doctor. Otherwise they're gonna be scared and concerned. All right. So current stream is closed. PoE 2 is closed. This is closed. Minimum delay between the card, the capture card, and my actual PC, but that's okay. We're gonna go over the announcement page once again. Settlers, which I have never opened here, so pathofexile.com/settlers. Right, so we're gonna look at this. Yo, what up, incoming stars? What up, Texas AHS? Yo. Oh, also, I gotta put up a countdown for the. Give me a second. We got a countdown for the next podcast coming up, which is properties. Let me go http://faded dot. No, wait. It's bit.ly/faded138cd. There we go. Snoobay and Uncle Jay in about 10 hours from now. We're going to be joined by our fellow broadcasters. As always, Balor Mage will be there, and we'll be talking exclusively about the Settlers of Kalgur, which is going to be great. Yeah, I just hope that this timer won't be in the way of anything when we actually go over the announcement once again and plan the build and all that. How about a little drama? Well, if you're going to insult Snoobay or me or Balor, we can have a little drama on the podcast, sure. No, we don't do drama here. We're a drama-free podcast. We don't capitalize on drama. Maybe we chime in a little bit with our opinions on it, but I did want to quickly see whether I can find a better background music playlist. Let's see. We're also live again on Kick once again, guys. Just for those of you who are unaware, we used to be streaming on Twitter, but Twitter recently decided that streaming is now a premium feature. So unless you're paying with a monthly subscription for Twitter, you cannot go live on Twitter anymore. Streaming on Twitter is now a paid service, so no longer going live. Here you are going to have to visit me on YouTube or Twitch to tune into the live stream. Also, we're live now, checking out patch notes and planning build. Link in comments. Wait, I need to go x.com/live. Is it live? That's such a stupid change. Like, imagine you'd have to pay a subscription to Twitch in order to go live on Twitch. Like, how can you make such a stupid change? Like, I'm all for, like, you know, selling quality options, for example, would be fine, right? But dude, like, just access to live streaming, period, is such a stupid thing to gate behind paywall. In my opinion. But yeah, good luck with that, Elon. Over 1080p quality paid would be fine. Yeah, exactly. If you're like, or downscaling options. So on Twitch, what always happens is like you either get downscaling options or not. If you're not a partner, you're not guaranteed that you get transcoding options. So if you stream in 1080p, but your viewers want to watch in 480p because they're on a bad connection, they can only do that if they get the so-called transcoding options, right? And they're not integrated as per default. And I've always found it incredibly stupid that there's no paid feature, that I, as a streamer on Twitch, cannot say, hey, I pay you $10 per stream or per month or whatever, right? And then therefore, my my streams have transcoding options always, right? I think that would be fair. But yeah. But just the stream itself, that's a little bit silly. Okay, let me see. The very best of Thomas Newman, 160 videos. That sounds good. View full playlist. And then we have some nice background music. Don't think the leaders of said companies are the most tech savvy. Yeah, probably. Alright, sorry for the background music falling away into the background for a moment, but I'm changing the playlist. And now going back up with the volume again. And now the next song should be a little bit more relaxed, a little bit more backgroundy. But before we go into it, I think we're just gonna rewatch the Settlers of Kulgur trailer just to get me hyped and into the mood.
Rayclast is a cursed land. You'd have to be mad to settle here. And yet, welcome to King's March! It's not much yet, but with your help, we can erect the greatest city Rayclast has ever seen. We'll need resources and savvy planning.
Yeah, we can watch the full reveal as well, you're right. I've seen it, I just wanted to get back into the vibe.
Fortune seekers. And of course, pirates. But if we prevail, our ships will be heavy with gold. We hope to achieve the impossible. We hope to build a home.
Respec with gold, I personally think is going to be hugely disappointing for a lot of people. I think people expect it to be super easy, but it's going to actually make it so that, like in endgame, it's going to be really hard to refund your build, I think. Because that's their intention. Their intention is like you lock yourself into your build the more you commit to putting points into your character. pathofexile.com/settlers. Regrets also exist. You can respec with both gold and regret, I guess, as a transitional period. Okay, thanks for clarifying. I was not aware that that would still be a thing. Does it say so here? Yeah, I guess you just get respec points for regret still. You can respec better while leveling. Yeah, that is true. It's definitely going to be super cheap early on to respec. So that encourages people to play leveling builds that are different from their final endgame builds, right? So that's a great thing, I think. They said in FAQ that regrets still exist. I mean, they have to. Regrets are part of some vendor recipes and for conversion, but like it doesn't clearly say here that you can still use regrets to refund. But yeah, it's probably answered in the recently asked questions. Maybe we should go over that first. We do still get respec points from quests. I'm pretty sure about that, even though, I mean, I guess that would also be clarified in the FAQ. Well, let's go into that then. Let's just let me quickly throw the preview onto the TV. So I got the TV here. And then we can look at the thing here. Recently asked questions it was, right? I'll just find the link on the webpage. pathofexile.com. Here, recently asked questions. Alright, overexertion support says it cannot support Val skills, but what about Val skills that can be exerted, such as Val Ground Slam? Special exception, it can be supported by overexertion. Right. I guess I need to look at overexertion as well in order to understand what the question even means. New and changed gems. Overexertion supports melee attack skills which can be exerted. Cannot modify the skills of minions. Val skills and channeling skills cannot be exerted. Supported attacks deal 18% more damage for each Warcry exerting them. 10% more damage if exerted, 10% increased damage if exerted. So is that... So you get 10% more if exerted and 18% for each Warcry exerting them. That's crazy. Auto shout to gain exert, but you don't get the shout effect? Is that so? Where's the auto shout? Here, auto exertion. Warcry triggers spell. Reserves mana based on the supported Warcries to cause those Warcries to be repeatedly triggered. Supported Warcries will trigger when their cooldown is over. Mana reservation is the total of the mana reservations of supported skills, cannot be further modified. So you can't make it lower. Supported Warcries do not grant buffs or charges to you or allied, but they are triggered when their cooldowns are over. Okay. That's crazy. But that's cool because manual Warcries are confirmed to gain their benefits, to grant their benefits not only to you, but also to party members, right? So like if you're with someone and you use Enduring Cry, they also get the life regen and they also get the endurance charges. Loved the last podcast episode. Thanks for putting them out. Hope you had a good league. You're talking about the last episode we did during last league with Vel and with Dread and with Trixt, or are you talking about the Jonathan interview that we also released as a mini podcast episode? The Jonathan interview we did in LA. But yeah, I'm glad you like it, and I'm glad we can entertain people. Am I doing Trade League? I'm probably going to start in Balor's Private League. I want to do Trade League, but the problem I see myself confronted with is that if I do Trade League and then afterwards decide, hey, I want to be in Balor's Private League instead, then I have to restart. But if I'm starting in Balor's Private League and then I decide, oh, I would have rather gone Trade League, then I can just migrate out into Trade League, right? So that's my thought right now. But we'll see. Guess it was LA stuff. Popped up in your YouTube feed. Couch Co-op looking great. Probably was LA stuff, yeah. Isn't Balor himself doing trade? Well, I'll ask him on the podcast tonight. But I think the intention was that Balor does one league private league and one league trade league. Back and forth. And last league was trade league and the league before that was private league. So I'm pretty sure he would be doing a private league as well. If he personally is not doing the private league, then yeah. Then there's still his community doing the private league. Like the people who are hyped to do the private league are probably going to be doing it. Holy shit, that's so much gem information. Wow. Okay. Steel League could be a lot of fun too, right? Yeah, I'm thinking about like maybe starting a small private league to make the most out of my first couple days of gameplay and then migrate out into trade when I feel like I've accomplished some things. We'll see. We shall see. All right, let's read more of these. Does Aura Infect increase the damage reduction on Flesh and Stone? It scales the extra damage in Blood Stance, but not the damage reduction in Sand Stance, as that is an effect of the buff on you and not Aura Effect. All right. Okay, see, this is interesting. Because a lot of people thought that Flesh and Stone was going to scale with Aura Effect, which it does not. Enemies within 1.5 meters of you receive the full effect, and then it scales linearly down to nothing at the edge of the area. Increasing the AoE of the aura doesn't change the 1.5 meter distance from maximum effect, only the interpolation. Is it intended that the ailment damage penalty previously shown on Eviscerate is no longer present? Yes. Okay, so Eviscerate has no longer does have an ailment damage penalty. Also might just do trade because new trade stuff. Starting Ruthless trade, otherwise would join that one. Yeah, Ruthless sounds also good, honestly. I've played a little bit Ruthless. I kind of like Ruthless, but specifically for a league with so much new stuff, and me as a content creator, I would like kind of put too much of a break on my content if I played Ruthless, because it just takes longer to reach all the points in the game. And I'm already not the fastest player, so usually my chat is doing quite a bit of backseating, like you should do this, you should do that. Gonna go Gladiator, Retaliation, Bleed. Yeah, like we already have a meme in my Discord. I don't know whether other people have that as well, but like Retaliation is short Retal, and then we say Rectal instead, because you just need to insert the one C letter, and so it's Rectal Bleed builds, which is sounds a lot more disgusting than it is. Find it way more enjoyable at the slower pace, hoping the leak mechanic opens a lot. Yeah, what I really like about Ruthless is like there's just way fewer items to handle. Way less micromanagement load. But I also think Ruthless is so RNG dependent. Like when I did my Ruthless run last league with controller, where I only played 2 maps, like it could have gone so much different. I found Added Cold, I found Weapon Elemental Damage, and I found Trinity support, right? So I had a really good functional 4-link when I did Kitava, but you could have easily just found 4 support gems that don't work at all for you. So yeah, I don't know, it's a little bit... One of the few cases where it sounds way better in German, Gegenschlag. Retaliation. I remember Gegenangriff, the Command and Conquer 2 expansion, right? Gegenangriff und Vergeltungsschlag. Those were the names of the ones. All right. So retaliation skills cannot be exerted. Retaliation attacks cannot be exerted. Right. Okay. Is the Cluster Jewel mod added small passive skills also grant 3% increased attack and cast speed with physical skills, now unusable with most melee skills since they lost their physical tag? Yes, deal with it. Wow. That's, yeah, what melee skills are you building, guys? I'm curious. There are actual gameplay decisions instead of meta gameplay decisions too? In Ruthless? Probably. Probably. But I guess that you could have that in the regular game as well. How does Lightning Conduit interact with the multiple shocks from Warden's Oath of Spring? It removes all of the shocks and calculates damage based on their combined magnitude. Okay. Oath of Spring is one of the new Ascendancy passes from the new Ascendancy class Warden, which will be replacing the Raider. So we'll be looking at that later. How does the multiple shocks from Oath of Spring interact with normal shocks applied by other players or minions? The shock from the other source will always apply since it's bigger than any of your Oath of Spring shocks. You can then have up to 49 Oath of Spring shocks active on the enemy on top of that. Tinctures can have quality, and quality applies to tinctures as well as flasks. Glassblower baubles, nice, okay. 1% more effect per quality. If I have the Tincture Mastery that causes the first 6 mana burn to have no effect when I reach 7 mana burn, am I losing 1% or 7% of my mana per second? 1%. Okay, that's great. Can I use items that lower my maximum mana combined with flat mana regeneration to sustain a very large number of mana burn stacks? Yes, but only to an extent. Each stack of mana burn drains a minimum of 1 mana per second. Oh, okay, right. So 1% means like anything below 100 mana is useless. But 1% mana burn will always drain a minimum of 1 mana per second. Well, that makes which item is that? Is that Learcast? Right? Like the item that makes your max mana 50% smaller? Is it Learcast? PoE? Doesn't that make your mana lower? No. Which one was it? Was it what was the Itziri thing, right? Wait, I can't see. Where can I? Ah, dude. Fuck off with your stupid cookies. Why do I have to accept all? What? Why can I not reject all? I mean, I don't want to be on the fandom wiki anyway, so let's wiki. Reflection is not it. Which one is the one? Series. The Vertex, that's what it's called. Reduced mana cost. No, that's not it either. Which one is the item that makes your mana pool 50% smaller? Was it like a leveling item? I can't think of it. The glove? Doesn't ring a bell. Yeah, probably Dredry's gloves. Is it tenure? No, it's reduced cast speed. What was it? You don't think that exists anymore? But there was something like that. I just don't remember which one it was. Blocktonial. It's 15% reduced mana, and it's not anymore. Yeah, Nocturnal Caress, you're right. Those ones. Anyway, auto-exerted war cries still cost mana. Yeah, okay. Banner Mastery to make enemies take increased damage, supposed to scale with the banner aura itself? No, we plan to change this, as not intended to scale with aura effect or with valor. We'll update the patch notes to reflect this change. Does each banner have its own valor, or it's shared? Shared is a counter on your character rather than on a specific skill. Okay, I need to look at the changed banners for that. Does Banner Mastery that grants Valor when you Warcry work with triggered Warcries? Yes. There's a new base type with minus max mana and chance to recover mana. Take the Keystone that it burns life instead of mana. Oh, nice. I need to look at that as well. Does the new Perfect Agony prevent effects that spread ailments from functioning? They still function as normal as they are not inflicted by hits at all. True. True, that's not hits. With quality and weapons and armor being changed to be multiplicative, have the harvest enchantments that change the effects of quality also been changed to multiplicative? No, these enchantments have not received any changes. So it's a much bigger sacrifice now to replace the quality on weapons or armors with the harvest enchantments. You make a huge sacrifice in terms of damage or armor to get like a little bit of benefit of alternative quality effects. So these may not be worth it at all anymore. Only use them on Ellie or caster weapons anyways. Yeah, most of the time. You'd also use them on like a Death's Oath bow and stuff like that, right? Like wherever the base damage of the weapon didn't matter. How do the double dual wield bonus from Gladiator's Determined Survivor note interact with the doubled dual wielding attack speed from the Claw Masteries? They do not stack. The Claw Mastery will provide no additional benefit if you have Determined Survivor. DO mentioned, 100% confirmed Cat doing DO as League Starter? Nah, dude. Chaos Dot is in a real bad place at the moment. I think. I mean, I might do DO, but not as a League Starter. Probably later. And probably not at all, because there's probably going to be better one button or single button or two button or multi-button, zero button builds, right? I think there's going to be better things to do. Yeah, what up, Crucial? I have no idea. We're just catching up with all the stuff that I haven't read yet. We're going to be planning and checking out later. If you have a good suggestion, I'll be willing to consider it. League Starter until end of League, then another build for 2 days and then quit. Yeah, something like that. It really depends on how much I will be able to play. And I can't really tell you that yet, how it will pan out with my apprenticeship being full-time and all that. But I'll focus on definitely delivering one podcast per league, and then anything in addition to that is going to be great. Hey, thanks Forever 30. Yeah, I did get it. I signed the contract yesterday. It's in Bonn. Welcome to the slave life. Well, hopefully it's gonna be very rewarding in 2 years from now, right? Like it's gonna be a very sought after job, and I'll be very good at what I do, I think, and I'll hopefully be able to make some fat bucks. Yeah, Chaotix has a full-time job and manages to play a lot, right? We'll see. But you're also neglecting your girlfriend. cannot wait for Clash of Clans style update mid-league to enable raids against other players' settlements. That would be crazy, right? If you could become the pirate and raid other people, yeah. How much damage do I need? Wait, rework to Val Pact significantly changes Mauk Sottle's machination. Was this a targeted nerf or oversight? Neither. The shield is designed to be a collection of all the Val-themed keystone passes on one item. If one of the keystones changes, the shield's function will naturally change in turn. We don't have any concerns with that as long as the item can still function. Makes sense. How much damage do I need to inflict shock when I have Warden's Oath of Spring Node? How does it interact with increased effect or additional maximum effect of shock? Oath of Spring does not change the minimum amount of damage required to shock an enemy. The 2% shock effect value is an override and your stats can't modify it further. Increased shock effect does allow you to apply the shock with smaller hits. Okay. I feel like I need to look at the Warden for that in order to understand it. So we got Oath of... There. Oath of Spring. Shocks from your hit increase damage taken by 2%. You can apply up to 50 shocks to each enemy. So fixed shock magnitude, so increased shock effect doesn't work at all anymore. But does it still cap at maximum shock effect? Because 50 shocks, each increasing damage by 2%, would mean you can do 100%, but you can't, right? But it's also, are you guaranteed to shock with every hit? You'd need like 100% chance to shock, right? Why should I show you my girlfriend? What does that have to do with anything? You just need to crit. Well, yeah, crits are guaranteed, right? Well, as long as the magnitude is big enough of the hit. But since the shock magnitude is fixed, so it would always be applied when you roll a shock. Do you still need to break the shock threshold with each hit? That's the question. Because the shock threshold is... In what world are you going to hit an enemy 50 times? That'd be a bad build? No, you're thinking of a bad build because you're thinking of like a single projectile or single hit build where you need to hit or attack 50 times in order to hit 50 times. But if you're thinking of something like Rain of Arrows or other abilities that hit multiple times per attack, I don't think hitting 50 times is that hard with Storm Rain or like Rain of Arrows or Toxic Rain or something like that. Blade Flurry 50 stacks in like 3 seconds. Yeah, probably. Well, anyway, so we got that figured out. How does the new tier 17 monsters fracture on death map mod work? We had that in the past, no? When a rare monster dies, there's 25% chance to fracture. When this happens, it will fracture into a magic monster for each of the modifiers. So 4 mod rare become 4 magic monsters with one of those mods each. Okay, that sounds like a lot of XP added to your map, right? So a quarter of all rare monsters. So you have like, say 40 monsters, 40 rare monsters in the map. And the 25% chance to fracture means 10 of those 40 rare monsters fracture. And each of those will become, like, let's say on average they have 4 mods, right? So each becomes 4 magic monsters. It's 40 additional magic monsters, which is like 4 to 6 packs worth. I don't know. Probably not that great. When they fracture, is that death? When a rare monster dies It literally says it first needs to die and then it fractures. So the rare monster dies and fractures in the process of dying. So yes, I do think it counts as a death. And I think you get the XP for the rare monster, and then afterwards you get the XP for the blue monsters. We'll have to see, but would be weird if this like scams you out of XP, right? Dancing Dervish feels like it will become mandatory on every build. Can we prevent this, please? Yep, reverting the change to 324. I remember Ghazi pointing that out, where it was like, yeah, you're gonna have to have Dancing Dervish on every build if it works the way that they intended. So I like that they changed it back. Hoarfrost is an ailment or a regular debuff? I think this is this. Oath of Winter. Enemies you freeze remain frozen for at least 2 seconds. Freezing hits that do not freeze apply Hoarfrost. Hoarfrost increases freeze duration on enemy by 20% per stack. Freezing an enemy removes all stack of Hoarfrost. Hoarfrost lasts 10 seconds, refreshing the duration of existing Hoarfrost. So you don't chill anymore, but instead with chilling hits, you work towards a freeze. So kind of, I think it works more similar to like PoE 2 stun, where you like work towards a stun by filling the stun bar. It's like Frostbite from Torchlight. Yeah, I wouldn't know. But you can't scale Hoarfrost with ailment effect because it's a regular debuff. And the 2 seconds, at least 2 seconds, can also not be modified by freeze duration modifiers. It checks the final freeze after all the modifiers have been applied. If it's less than 2 seconds, it sets it to 2 seconds. If it exceeds 2 seconds, then you get that. Okay. Does gold scale with modifiers to quantity of items found in an area? What about the resources from the Settlers of Kulgur mining encounters? Gold is a regular item drop. Anything that causes more items to drop will naturally cause you to find more gold. The mining resources you gain do scale with item quantity in endgame maps, but at a reduced rate. It doesn't say that you don't chill, it says freezing hits that don't freeze. Yeah, but I thought regularly freezing hits that don't freeze apply chill, and now they apply Hoarfrost. But I guess it doesn't say that chill doesn't happen at all. That's correct. So thanks for calling me out on spouting bullshit. So as long as your freeze is less than 0.3 seconds duration, it doesn't get applied. Yeah, I get it. But you still get chill, which is actually a lot stronger than I thought it is. Because I thought you'd be trading chill to working towards freezes, but instead you're just working towards freezes anyway, without taking away the chill. Does Far Shot's new damage bonus apply to all damage, or only a subset of damage? Damage with hits and ailments. So, no secondary damage, right? No secondary damage over time. Do the Oath Ascendancy passes work with mines, or are the hits required to be from weapons? All these nodes work with any damage aside from minions, including spells, totems, traps, mines. However, Unbound Fury from the Avatar of the Wilds node does require you to hit the enemies yourself and will not be generated by totems, traps, or mines. Avatar of the Wilds is gain Unbound Avatar, gain 1 Unbound Fury when you inflict an elemental ailment with a hit on an enemy, no more than once every 0.2 seconds for each type of ailment. Cannot gain Unbound Fury while unbound. Your hits always inflict freeze, shock, and ignite while unbound. More elemental damage while unbound. 80% is huge. Unbound Avatar requires 100 Unbound Fury. and causes you to become unbound for 10 seconds, which has no effects beyond the ones listed here. So no totems, traps, or mines to generate unbound fury, because it specifically says when you inflict an elemental ailment with a hit on an enemy, right? And totems, traps, or mines would not be you inflicting them, but you inflict it via proxy. So technically your proxy totem, trap, or mine would be inflicting it. Throw caustic arrow in the bin? No, you just don't use caustic arrow with these abilities, like with the Warden Ascendancy, right? With or with Farshot. But did you do that before? I don't think so. Wasn't it previously only with hits anyway? But I don't know. How does Valor work? How do we generate it? What's the maximum? Yeah, I mean that is 1 Valor on melee kill or a melee hit against rare or unique, no more than once every 0.5 seconds, up to a maximum of 50. So 2.5 seconds for 5, and then 25 seconds for 50 if you generate 1 every 0.5 seconds. And then you get full Valor. Okay. Sounds doable. If you have 2 tinctures active using Warden's experienced herbalist passive, take the Nature's Concoction notable passive and have a flask adjacent to 2 active tinctures. Does it gain 2 charges on hit or 4? Only 2. Right, so this is like additional tinctures. Which is the other one that is referred to? Nature's Concoction notable passive. It's on the tree, I assume, and not here. Which I haven't seen that yet. But I guess it's like Nature's Concoction notable passive is like if you have an active tincture next to a flask, does it gain so and so many charges, or it gains additional charges per hit or something like that. And it's like something conditional, and people were asking whether it like scales with multiple tinctures, but it doesn't. As you either have a tincture next to a flask or you don't, right? Doesn't matter whether there's 1 or 2 active tinctures. Can you have 2 tinctures active? Oh, you can. That's crazy. Yeah, I don't really see people using a lot of tinctures because flasks are so powerful, but people were using tinctures during the Wildwood League, right? So I just personally find it really, really hard to believe that you'd sacrifice 2 flask slots for tinctures, but hey, might be worth it if people are doing it. How will the new Val Pack work with Slayer Leech? There are 2 different things that could be referred to as Slayer Leech. Life Leech effects are not removed when unreserved life is filled from Brutal Fervor, does not interact with Vaal Pact at all. Vaal Pact causes all Leech instances to be applied immediately regardless of how much life you have, so it will still happen if you have Brutal Fervor. Yeah. The Overkill damage Leech from Endless Hunger is assigned to the damage that killed the monster. So with Vaal Pact allocated, it will be instant from melee kills and normal Leech from other kills. It's worth noting that the Overkill Leech is a separate instance of Leech from the Hits Leech, which can be quite advantageous even with Vaal Pact. None of the while leeching stats from Endless Hunger function with Instant Leech. Yeah, obviously not, because Instant Leech doesn't have a duration, so you're never leeching for any duration, but you're just leeching at a specific point. So there is nothing that can apply while leeching. So, yeah. That does make sense. That is logic. Wait, why are the newer chat messages not here? Am I dumb? Yeah, here, my social stream thing, here, this one, doesn't post the new messages anymore. Did I pause it? I don't know what happened. Okay, now it works again, but I had to kick out all the old messages. Great. Ah, well. It does work now again, so. Can you apply the new runesmithing enchantments to unique weapons? Methods of turning an item into a unique item also don't work on items with one of these enchantments. Yeah, because the people said before, oh, we're just gonna put it on a rare item and then scour the rare item and chance it into a unique. No, it won't work. Eternal Damnation plus Relicash boots feels a little OP. Do you plan to change these? We're changing Eternal Damnation from cannot gain endurance charges, cannot gain power charges to maximum endurance frenzy and power charges is 0. That's a good change, I think. Which one is this again? Oh, right, that one. Additional elemental damage reduction equal to half your chaos resist. So this one is the one from Sanctum, right? Yep. Crazy change. Does the taming count all 50 shocks with Warden's Oath of Spring to give you up to 1000% increased damage? It would have, but that's a bit crazy, so we're changing it. The full patch note that has followed. The taming now has 30 to 40% increased elemental damage with hits and ailments for each type of elemental ailment on enemy. From 20% increased damage with hits and ailments per freeze, shock, or ignite on enemy. For each type. Yeah, that's fair. Changes if existing items no longer has 30% increased elemental damage with attack skills or 30% increased elemental damage. Using a divine orb will remove those modifiers. It's worth noting elemental hit had a similar worded stat on it, but the wording was incorrect. It only cares about unique types of ailments on the targets rather than counting the total number of ailments. They updated the stat description. Yo, what up, Leroy? I actually thought about you earlier. I'll message you soon. How are you doing? Also, wait, you've been to TwitchCon 2019? And I didn't know? Yo, what up, Lotidor? How are you doing? I'm alright, yes. Getting better every day. Anyone else going Flicker Zerker? Oh, nothing big. I just remembered that once you told me that, don't be a stranger and feel free to reach out if you want to talk and all that. And I'm like, yeah. I really haven't talked to you in ages, so I was like looking to catch up. Moved 20 hours across the country. Busy. Hey, that sounds like it's going well for you, though, so I'm happy to hear that. So, do sources of damage over time still apply when you have Perfect Agony? Perfect Agony overrides your damage over time multiplier, so ignores all of your damage. Okay. Did they... Is the PoE planner is the new one? 325. So Perfect Agony is now here. Damage over time multiplier for ailments equal to critical strike multiplier. Critical strikes do not deal extra damage. Non-critical strikes cannot inflict ailments. So previously it was 50%, right? They changed it. I haven't played PoE in several leagues, kind of excited. I haven't played a lot of PoE in several leagues. Yeah, I should probably update my POB before we go into it later. You're right. Let me see. It's the update part here. Downloading 200. Yeah, it takes a moment. Should probably install PoE, maybe. Maybe. Yeah, and then download like the content GGPK tomorrow before all hell breaks loose. When does the torrent download become available usually? What source of critical strike multiplier work with the rework perfect agony keystone? All of them. It copies the critical strike multiplier from the hits that's applying the ailments. Any critical strike multiplier that applied to that hit will also apply to your damage over time, including weapon specific or highly conditional sources. Crazy. So you can also put like a crit multi-gem on your attack then to benefit from that. Midnight my time. Okay, thanks. If you go into options and opt into the beta, there's a more recent update. Okay, wait. Whoa. Opt into weekly beta test builds. Okay. Update ready. Update. So it does work with Maryland's. That's fun. It sounds like it. Right? Yep. I mean, that's just straight up global critical strike multiplier. That's not even like a weird conditional stat or anything. Like this obviously should have applied all the time. Used to release 3 p.m. your time, moved to time zones west, 1 p.m. your time now. Got 2 hours more on league start. Nice. Just need to get 100% crit chance. Do you? Oh yeah, because you need to inflict ailments to deal the ailment damage, obviously. 40% less crit chance? I mean, you just need to get 140%, right? Or what is it? No, you need more. 40% less. It's fine for Ignite. Who's gonna use it for Ignite? Or for Bleed? Isn't it fine for Bleed as well? Check the scaling on Perfect Agony. What do you mean check the scaling? For 40 million DPS, Molten Strike crit. With 4 items. Not even a crit gem. Or a crit cluster jewel. Crazy. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure if this is possible. With these items, then you can also use Maryland's fallacy and get a lot more crit on other stuff. 168%. Yeah, that does make sense. Yeah. Because 4 times 16.8 is like 70, it's like 68 rounded up, 76.8, but 67.8, but yeah, and be great. Of course, it's possible. Do you want to play Molten Strike is the real question. I mean, you can play something else. This is just like proof of concept. You don't need to play Molten Strike. Right? Like, nothing about this is like specific. I guess crit chance per quality, but why does this bad dagger not have any base stats that are shown here? Is that a POB Pobbin bug? Or is it like it doesn't have base attack speed, it doesn't have base damage? Weird. Alright. How does aggravating bleeding work with multiple stacks of bleeding? What if you aggravate a 100 DPS bleed and then inflict a non-aggravated 200 DPS bleed? Crimson Dance. Being aggravated is a property of each individual bleeding debuff. What's aggravating bleeding anyway? Is that like one of the new support gems? It's the ensnaring arrow effect, but they made it more fundamental. Oh, it's on passive tree and on gladiator. Okay. So there's more than just ensnaring arrow to get that effect. Sounds good. Because there's so many endgame bosses that technically do not do walking, so it does make sense to change it that way. But is it so much investment to get it on the tree that it's worth to sacrifice a gladiator passive for it? Sounds like honestly a little bit rough. Bleeding you inflict is aggravated. Okay, so this is completely unconditional behind the explosion. And if we go and try and aggravate from here, 10% chance to aggravate. Aggravate any bleeding which is older than 4 seconds. Chance to aggravate bleeding on targets with exerted attack. Aggravate bleeding on targets you stun with attack hits. Okay, so these are all pretty conditional. This one is for crits. Right. This is generally a chance to aggravate bleeding on targets you hit with attacks on the Gladiator mini passive. That sounds pretty good. Yeah, all on the tree is pretty bad because it's all just chance, and this is like guaranteed on any bleed you inflict, it's aggravated. Going to be a sick league starter, but struggle into Ubers unless retaliations end up being cracked. I don't know. I've seen some pretty decent damage numbers on Gladiator, but I don't know about the survivability of those builds, and we'll have to figure it out. But also, like, playing a league starter that scales well into Ubers is, like, also not really that necessary. I mean, you can be fine, like, playing everything up to Ubers and then making a new build for Ubers, I think. Like, I think picking a league starter based on whether it can do Ubers or not is not necessary. How exactly does Gladiator's determined survivor node interact with the... Oh wait, did I actually read this? No, we need to... Okay, aggravated is a property of each individual bleeding debuff. Stats that grant a chance to aggravate all bleeding on the target at once if they do trigger, other than the ones that aggravates bleeds older than 4 seconds. They do not roll their chance individually for each bleed. Wait, okay, I'm a little bit confused because this sounded like... Okay, so if you critically strike with attack, you aggravate all bleedings on... Oh, okay. So it's not just the one bleed that you inflict with the crit, but you aggravate all bleedings. So having a chance is not that bad. The only thing that's bad is the older than 4 seconds thing, because that specifically only aggravates the one that you inflict. Will there be a podcast before start? I don't know. Look at the screen and tell me. Oh yeah, you saw it. Nice. And we got Sims 2 soundtrack. No, it's similar compositional style, but this is Saving Mr. Banks. German time zone. Gonna nap so much tomorrow I can wake up at 9 p.m. GGG fucked us a 10 p.m. release time. I mean, it's always been pretty late in Germany, right? Like last time I think it was a little earlier, but last time was also not in summertime, right? Last time was 9 p.m. and now we're GMT plus 2. So it's 10 p.m. for us. It's exactly the last time, right? So the extra damage from aggravated bleeding is separate to bleeding's normal damage. That means if you aggravate 100 DPS bleed on a target, the target is now taking 100 normal bleed DPS and 200 aggravated bleeding DPS as long as it's stationary. If you inflict a 200 DPS normal bleed, that will take precedence over the normal damage from the smaller bleed, but the aggravated damage from that bleed will keep applying as long as it's the highest aggravated bleed damage and the monster is stationary. The target would be taking 400 DPS when stationary or 600 while moving. Okay. So you can have one bleed active and one aggravated bleed active, basically. That's interesting. Aggravating a bleed has no effect with Crimson Dance as there's no extra damage to deal. Right. If you aggravate bleeding on hit and you inflict a bleed with the same hit, the new bleed will not be aggravated. You'd have to hit again to aggravate. Oh, okay. So that's also the huge benefit to the Gladiator's passive. Because you aggravate all bleeds on the target with just one single hit. Whereas if you normally aggravate bleedings on target, you will never aggravate the bleed that you're inflicting in the same hit. So that's... okay. There's definitely much better to be a gladiator versus not being a gladiator now. Determine survivor. How does it interact with the block chance of my shield? If it overrides your shield block chance to 50 no matter what, nothing on the shield can affect or modify this. The word base has been removed from the notes description in order to make it less ambiguous. Okay, wait. So we got measured retaliation. No, not that one. So you can use any shield, like even like a really shitty shield, and get 50% base chance to block from the shield. There's a lot of like caster shield bases or like unique shields that have a penalty to their local block chance for the unique bonuses that they have. And so this is going to be really good with those because it sets their base block chance to 50, which is insane. What do you mean, look at the screen? Oh, you were replying to the person asking for the podcast. Yeah. Yeah. Well, it might have not been on the screen, right? Like I do switch between this and that when we're looking at something at the bottom of the screen and then there's no countdown timer on the screen. But yeah, for anyone asking, we are doing Faded Connections. Again, the Faded podcast will be returning tonight in a bit less than 9 hours. We're going to be joined by Snoobay and Uncle Jay, who are, Snoobay we've had many times. I'm sure you're familiar with Snoobay. And Uncle Jay is a really nice guy as well. We're going to get to know tonight on the podcast for the first time. Will that make Dawnbreaker 50% regardless? Dawnbreaker, PoE, Wiki. Without having seen Dawnbreaker, yes. Yep. It's 50% regardless. But Dawnbreaker is probably not the one way you would use this on, right? I was more thinking about the unique shield. It's more thinking about stuff like this one, Anne's Heritage, which normally... Oh no, that's a Malice to maximum chance to block, never mind. But yeah, there's some shields that have really, really bad base block. Right? And now you can get them up to 50% with that. For example, Titicus, which is actually called Titusius Span, but everyone says Titicus. So I've adopted Titicus because that's what people expect to hear. Broken Faith. Yeah, that one is the one with only 12%, right? So this one would go up to 50%, and you get like Unholy Might while you have no energy shield, which is really easy to do. Profane ground instead of Consecrated ground, and Chaos Damage Leech as life. Global Armor while you have no energy shield is also huge. Yeah, this shield is going to be massively buffed by being a gladiator. But yeah, there's also other ones that have not that much block. You lose block chance if you take fire damage. Yeah, but I think that's your block chance that you lose. It's not the shield that loses block chance. Right? I think this is chance to block attack damage makes it your stat and not the shield stat. Right? This is your stat. The shield has chance to block. It doesn't specifically have chance to block attack damage. So this -1 will still be applied even if you have the gladiator ascendancy that puts your shield to 50% base chance to block. I mean, it's still really, really good and opens up a lot of shields, which is a great thing, right? Like previously, when you were playing Gladiator and you're going into block, you'd have like a very limited selection of shields that you could use because you needed to reach a certain block value in order to make it worth it. And now, no matter which shield you use, you always have 50% base from the shield. Does Oath of Winter still require you to deal a certain amount of damage to inflict Hoarfrost? Technically, yes. It has to be enough to try and inflict a 1 millisecond freeze, which is about 1/6000th of a monster's life. So should be still possible. Regret Orbs still exist, confirmed. I mean, it asks, can I still respec with Regret Orbs? And it says, yep, Orbs of Regret still exist, which is technically not answering the question whether you can still respec with them, because they just say they still exist. But since they're saying yep, and they're not clarifying further, I think you can also respec with Regret Orbs. Are ores, bars, food, resources tradable? You can only use the resources to send shipments and upgrade your town. Okay. How does Rage on Hit work with multiple sources of the stat? Multiple sources of Rage on Hit can grant you Rage from the same hit. If you have 5 range on hit from a weapon, 3 from a tincture, and 2 from an ascendancy, you would gain 10 rage from a single hit, and then the 0.5 second cooldown would kick in. So you can only gain rage once every 0.5 seconds, but you can gain a lot of rage per hit. There's no limit on how much rage per hit you can gain. Does the Deadeye Frenzy node work while using Flicker Strike? No, while you're using Flicker Strike, you move instantaneously, so aren't continuously moving for 1 second. Gotta look at the Deadeye. I know Deadeye did get the Frenzy Charge node, but I don't know how it's exactly phrased. A Frenzy Charge each second while moving. Yeah, you're not moving for an entire second while flickering around. More accuracy per Frenzy Charge is also pretty huge. Hey, what up, Hirschman? How are you doing? With item quantity being removed from items, what will happen with race rewards that have quantity on them? Players with race rewards that have increased item quantity on them will not be able to withdraw those in future temp leagues, only in permanent leagues. That's an elegant solution without nerfing the items. That also greatly incentivizes people turning their race rewards into MTX, right? Because you won't be able to use them in temp leagues anyway. And there's a lot of people who don't even play permanent leagues. There's a lot of people who only play temp leagues. Dude, my cat is chilling hard on the couch. Yo, what up, Stobbs? How are you doing? Dude, my cat is super chill. Wait, give me a second. I need to show you guys. Give me a second. Can I change to the other camera? It should be working, but it's not. Okay. I can't change to the other camera because for some reason the camera doesn't work. I have no idea, dude. Why is it always doing this to me? Avermedia, please. I can't even launch the camera tool. When I click the item in the system tray, it does not respond at all. Whoa. What a stupid camera, dude. Let me see. Avermedia cam engine end task. Okay, I'm opening it again. Does that mean it works now? Yeah, now it says set the source to cam engine in the application. You fucker. It's so stupid, dude. Because the source is set to cam engine. But it always does this shit. Where it like says set the source to cam engine. Wait, I can remove it? And if I now add another source... Give me a second. Video capture device. Can I now go Avermedia Cam Engine 1? No, it just doesn't work. I swear this is so retarded. And now it says, please start Cam Engine, when Cam Engine is literally started, dude. You are the most useless piece of software I've ever operated, Avermedia. Okay, just hang on for just a quick moment. I'm starting Cam Engine, and it says set the source to Cam Engine again, so we're giving up on this. Fuck this camera. So I'm not showing you my cat because Avermedia is being retarded. Thank you, Avermedia. You're not going to get any money from me in the future because your camera is dog shit. Unfortunately, I had really high hopes that it was going to be good. So, is the Barkskin skill on Warden the same as it appeared in Affliction League? Almost. It reserves less mana and mitigation stats have slightly changed. The full list of stat is reserves 10% of mana, gain 1 bark each second if you haven't been hit by an enemy attack recently, lose 1 bark when hit by enemy attack, maximum 10 bark, 30 flat physical damage reduction taken, or minus 30 physical damage taken from attack hits per bark, and then more chance to evade attacks per bark below maximum. So it's actually better evasion scaling the less bark you have, and more physical damage flat reduction the more bark you have. Yeah, this sounds like it falls off fast. This sounds like it's going to be really good in the beginning with the 30 flat damage reduction, and then if you once you're going into the end game, it's going to be dog shit, and you're going to have to refund it. It's not going to be worth. Which one is it? Barkskin. This one, level 20 Barkskin skill, and then there's also suppression on the path, which is kind of good, and then also flat, cold, lightning, and fire from spell hits per bark. Lose 1 bark when hit by enemy spell damage. Prevent plus 2% of suppressed spell damage per bark below maximum. So like, if you're at 0 bark, you're 10 below maximum, which means 20% of suppressed spell damage prevented. So you go from 50% reduction to 70% reduction. That does sound really good for suppression. How does the minus 30 work? Does it scale with something? No. But yeah, I agree. It makes you almost unkillable while leveling. We're not theory crafting anything yet, F. Welcome. We're catching up with all the announcements, and right now we're looking at the recently asked or recently answered questions. Was it? I don't know what the A stands for. It's recently asked questions, but they've also been answered, so both is sort of accurate. Catching up with all the changes. Are all affliction corpses being redded? What? Re-added. Re-added. Added again. Right. I was like, what is this word, dude? But with balance changes, a lot of the auras, some of them could provide, are less powerful. Right. So we're getting back marionettes, for example, which is going to be interesting. Maximum number of trades in the currency exchange. Currently a limit of 10 at the same time. Experimenting with the limit. I hope they add, like they raise this to like 20 or so. But hey, for the time being, having 10 is better than 0, right? Like this will be really good. I think the minus 30 damage reduction scales additively with other like flat damage reductions from hits, right? So the more you're getting there, that's great. And like Leroy said, while leveling, it's going to make you almost unkillable because it is such a huge percentage damage reduction while leveling. It's definitely going to be, in hardcore, it's going to be a very, very solid first ascendancy to pick, I think. But in endgame, I don't really see it being a thing. But I might also, I mean, I haven't like number crunched it, right? I'm just looking at it as like based on what it says it does, I don't think it's worth going to ascendancy passive steep on it. I'd rather have like some of this stuff, like one of the oaths and the avatar of the wilds. And then maybe the tinctures. What does 10 max trait mean? You can list 10 different types at the same time? I don't know how much you've seen of the announcements, but in Path of Exile 3.24 Settlers of Kulgur, there will be a currency trait bazaar-like feature, right? which we should watch this anyway because I haven't seen that yet. The currency exchange markets. Yeah, it means 10 listings. Let's just look at this. This is going to be interesting anyway. I'm going to quickly remove our music so that we can watch this.
Game Director on Path of Exile. As you may have seen in our GGG Live event last week, we announced that we will be adding a currency exchange market in the Settlers of Kalgur expansion. It is important to know that this feature is only available in the Settlers of Kalgur
324?
leagues.
I meant 325.
And will not be available on standard leagues. Today, we'll go over some of the basics of how to use this new system.
It will not be in
The
standard
currency
leagues.
exchange
Okay.
can be opened at Faustus, in Kingsmarch, a new area in this expansion. Despite using Faustus, this system is for player-to-player trading, so will not be available in solo Southbound. It's worth inviting Faustus to your hideout, so you can use this feature between in-game maps at your leisure without having to visit Kingsmarch every time. Here is the user interface for the currency exchange market. Here, and here, are where you can select which currency you want to trade for, and which currency you want to trade away.
Right.
By selecting these buttons, it will open a window that displays all possible items that can be traded through this system. When selecting the currency you have, it will consider your inventory and a number of your stash tabs, so you don't need to move it out of your stash to your inventory first. At the top here, you will often see a section called Popular. Most people trade using common currencies, like Chaos Orbs or Divine Orbs. When inputting the currency you're hoping to get, the Popular category will include a subset of the items that have been used to trade for that currency recently. Specifically, the 12 items with the highest trade volume. It is highly recommended, if you want to fulfill your exchange quickly, that you select one of these popular currencies. Now that we have selected both the currency we want and have, we need to specify a ratio.
15
This
alts for one
ratio shows
chaos.
the best possible outcome currently available for the exchange you are trying to do.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but isn't this a little bit ambitious? Don't you get fewer alterations per chaos usually? But yeah.
If you hover over this ratio, it will show a number of the best ratios available. If you want to get your exchange completed in a timely manner, it is recommended the ratio you set is equal to one of these or similar. You'll notice as you increase the amount of currency you want, there is a gold cost, represented here. In order to trade using this method, you need to pay a gold cost, which you can find throughout Rayclast in the Settlers of Kalgur League. This value has been balanced around mid-game campaign, so at early game it can be quite difficult, if not entirely unreasonable to use this system. By end game, it should be relatively trivial, and just serve as a nominal cost. As gold cannot be traded, you must be playing the game in order to engage with this system. Now, we can place our exchange, which will add it down here. The moment your exchange is played...
And this is where the limit applies, basically. Like you said, replace the word trade with the word order. You can have 10 orders at the same time for trades. And they're looking to experiment with that value, so we can very well expect to see that number change like 1 week or 2 weeks in, right? That they say, hey, 10 seems to be a little excessive, we are limiting it to 8 at the same time, or 10 seems to be a little bit too restrictive, and we're raising it to 16 or 20 or something like that.
It can start to be filled, so take care to be certain when placing exchanges. There is a limit to the number of exchanges you can have at any given time. This limit is shared across all leagues. We will be experimenting with this limit. You are able to watch your exchange be filled in real time. An exchange can be partially filled, and at any time you can close your exchange, after which you can take your currency. Closing your exchange will not refund your gold. Once an exchange has been completed, you will receive a notification.
Nice.
If you are off
that is huge. You get a notification while you're mapping that your trade has completed in game. That's super cool.
offline or happen to miss the notification, you should make sure to keep Faustus placed in your hideout within sight. He will have this icon above him when he has something for you to collect. Exchanges that are ready to be collected can be seen highlighted here. To retrieve your currency, just simply select it and place it in your inventory. On keyboard and mouse, you can
Look at that guy, 960,000 gold. What a flex.
Control-click to move an entire stack, and you can control right-click to move as many as would fill your inventory. When using PlayStation or Xbox controllers, or similar, you can press square or X respectively to do the same. Press and holding those same buttons will move as many as would fill your inventory. It is worth noting, you can now also use these same binds to bulk move currency from your inventory to your stash. When doing player-to-player trades the traditional way, it also now uses this keybind for the same action, so it can be consistent across all interfaces. At any time, you can hover the information hover provided on the panel to find out more, or if you just need to refresh your memory. We are very excited to see how the currency exchange market goes in this league and figure out if it has a place in future Path of Exile expansions, and what place that might be. Thank you very much, and we hope to see you for the release of Settlers of Kalgur on July 26. Thanks for trade, stay safe, see you then!
And reveal they had a few million, wow. Currency exchange market, alright. Yeah, I was just thinking about like making a video that goes over these details, you know. And Scissorin made it, like essentially just recycling the content that PoE put out and getting 75k views on that. That's crazy. But yeah, good stuff. I'm really hyped for this feature in particular. I'm sure you guys agree, right? I'm sure you guys are also hyped. A limit of 10 currently. Sounds good, right? We'll have to see whether that's enough or not, but I mean, for all we know, it's gonna be a massive quality of life upgrade. Okay, wait, quickly getting my full screen preview here, close, no, here, and here. Right. More hype for the move all keybind. That is also great, but honestly, like those little currency trades were like one of the most annoying thing to do early league, right? Like if you just got into maps and you're like, oh, I'm out of alks, but I wanna alk my maps or whatever, right? And then you have to go on and you have to message like multiple people before you find one that really wants to trade and hasn't already traded and all that. Like specifically currency trades really annoying to do, especially small amounts, right? Like sure, if you're trading like huge bulk, you'd usually find someone to do that with, right? But Warframe going through the same quality of life, people-pleasing features now that the head of development switched? Really? Nice. I have a friend who's very fond of Warframe, so I hope it's all good changes. Do the maps your runners complete interact with your Atlas tree at all? No. Okay. Okay, there's more questions answered here. How does the new tier 17... No, wait, was in there. Wait, these are all in there, so they are answered here as well, and then they're added into this thing. Okay, well, we went through this. I think it's time that we actually go into the patch notes, which I haven't read at all. And people already told me I'm gonna be busy the entire day reading those patch notes. But yeah, we'll fly over them, guys. We're gonna be fast. All right. Blah, 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 blah. Now, this is all we know. We got new gems. New base types. New tree stuff. New uniques, new cards. More fold unique item options for Voidborn Reliquaries, more tier 17 Valdo map options out of Valdo's puzzle box. We got 5 new types of chisels that give you different types of quality on your maps. You can only have one quality type on your map at a time, but hey, you can enhance currency found, you can enhance diff cards, enhance rarity, pack size, scarabs, and obviously you can trade for those chisels with the new trade system, so that's great. You can get 100% chance to ignore enemy physical damage reduction quite easily. Is that so? Is that on the tree? But yeah, I mean, that's great. Although I think enemies' physical damage reduction was never that huge, right? Like it's more important, would be important to be able to ignore enemies ignoring your physical damage reduction. Because that's a big problem in the game, but yeah. Maybe there's also a change that accommodates that. True. Hall of Grandmasters is a lot easier with that. So melee totem skill's been removed. Decided on this solution rather than simply removing the passive buffs in order to make sure that melee builds are not oriented around set and forget gameplay and to allow dealing damage yourself with melee skills to be buffed appropriately rewarding levels. To be buffed to appropriately rewarding levels. So you can no longer play melee totems? I feel like there's an entire archetype of builds that people would have liked to play. And I feel like there would have been a way to do it so that you don't need the totems for their passive buffs. But you can still play like an only melee totem build, but whatever. But the microtransaction effects, they really said on this, the Iron Maiden or Void Ancestral Warchief microtransactions will be refunded shortly after the launch of 3.25 and you get the points back. Existing versions of Forbidden Shaco and Replica Dragon's Fang's Flight unique items with any of those removed gems will now provide another gem. Okay, will this be randomly rolled? I would assume so, right? So kind of interesting to look into your stash and find out like which other gem you got on your Shaco or Dragonfang's Flight. Oh, they also changed the boots. Socketed Slam Gem supported by level 25 Earthbreaker and provides Ancestral Bond. Oh, right, so you can still play melee totem builds with the unique boots, Dawnstrider. I get it, okay. That's what you meant with you need the boots. Okay, that's cool. But that kind of locks the build into unique boots. I don't know. We'll see. But it's definitely better than just straight up removing it. But then why remove the microtransactions if you can still get it with the boots then, I guess. Oh wait, no, it just removes those microtransactions from your account, but you can still purchase them again if you want to have them. It's just that you get them refunded because they have largely reduced functionality now, seeing that you can only play a very specific build with them. But it doesn't say that they will not be available in the store anymore, so it's just you get the points back, you get the purchase refunded, but you can opt to buy them again if you really want them. So, Ancestor Totem passes removed. Panopticon removed. I mean, this is a very needed change. We really needed the melee totems to go away for melee to work, right? Because it was just so necessary to have those totem buffs. So a bunch of changes to accommodate that. Totem resistances. Yo, what up, Blizzard? Welcome back. How are you doing? Earthbreaker in the boots is more multiplayer now, and they have Ancestral Bond, so damage is probably the same as Earthbreaker before, plus buffed slams. Possibly. And you save points. You don't need to get to Ancestral Bond. That is true. So you're also like a lot more free as to where in the tree you play it. So banner rework. Banners have been reworked. Instead of having a reservation cost, they are now free. However, they don't grant a permanent buff. Banners now need to be placed for the effect to be active. However, once placed, they are far more powerful than before. They also automatically deactivate once you leave their area. Additionally, there are new ways to prolong the effects and more ways to invest into them than ever before. A new Bannerman and Renowned Deeds cluster has been added to the southeast of the Duelist starting location. Bannerman no longer grants 15% increased effect of non-curse auras from skills on enemies, or placed banners also grant 30% increased attack damage to you and allies. It now grants banner buffs linger on you for 3 seconds after you leave the area, and banner skills have 20% increased duration. Renowned Deeds now grants plus 30 to maximum valor. A new rallying icon cluster has been added to the southwest of the Duelist starting location. Rallying icon causes banner skills to have 15% increased aura effect and causes banners to also grant plus 5% to all elemental resistances to you and allies. A new Defiant Stand cluster has been added to the south of the Marauder starting location. Defiant Stand causes you to gain 3 endurance charges and 3 frenzy charges when you consume maximum valor to place a banner. Guys are gonna have to help me figure out a build to play. Forgot how to play this game. Catmaster. Yeah, we'll find something, Lizard. That shouldn't be the problem. Trying to finish up exterior paint and window sealant on Old House. Nice. Still don't know if I like any of the banners. Same, I'm not sure, but it looks good. It's a good change. Like overall. I also really like that they don't cost reservation anymore. I also found that weird that, you know, you reserve mana for the permanent effect and then you place them down and you lose the mana reservation and the permanent effect, but you gain a different effect. So I really like the new banner identity. They also maim enemies. Oh wait, that's a new passive mastery. Okay, they should have indented this. This should have been like 1 tab to the right. But yeah, you can easily get maim via banners now. You can remove random ailments on you. Which is like, yeah, remove a random ailment is kind of weird, right? Because it could be 1 out of any ailments on you. Banners cause enemies to take increased damage. Sounds good. RF gear, probably going to be cheap. Most people going to go melee. Everyone's saying RF. Didn't Lizard already play RF last league? But yeah, I mean, RF is an evergreen. Melee enjoys getting some love from GGG. Yo, Melee has been hugely reworked. Have you watched the announcement at all? Like, we getting a currency trade bazaar, right? So that's huge. But Path of Exile. Let's go content reveal. Of course, no timestamps, dude. How could they not have timestamps here? Okay, so this is all the Kalgur stuff here, which... There's the Gladiator rework. Does this already mention the melee? Character balance. Let's watch this again.
A long time coming. Like before, there are passive skills that allow you to invest in bleeding and block. We've designed new skills replacing some of the old ones. Like this, War of Attrition, which is very handy for long sustained boss fights. Further alongside the Gladiator theme, this new passive allows you to combine different weapon types while dual wielding to get a variety of powerful bonuses. For example, holding a dagger will give you more critical strike chance, while holding a mace gives you more area of effect. Of course, you could just use Varanastra.
I guess this is where the melee rework is.
Be sure to let us know what you think. There's a lot of changes, so be prepared for a bit of a shock to the system. I expect it will take several days for the dust to settle on this one. Firstly, we've made some drastic alterations to melee skills. Let me just rip this band-aid off. Melee totem skill gems have been removed.
I love that.
We're trying to adopt a philosophy with melee going forward that, unlike other builds, it will be far less oriented around set and forget gameplay. You will deal the damage yourself, and you should be rewarded for doing so. To compensate, we have buffed the damage on almost every single melee skill. As the majority of this damage growth comes from gem levels, we have also made them cost more mana as they level, but it's nothing like the mana costs on spells. Here are some examples of the damage and costs before and after. Heavy Strike has gone from dealing 313% attack damage at gem level 20 to a massive 552% attack damage. It's
That's
also
so
worth
crazy.
noting it no longer knocks enemies back. And Sweep has gone from dealing 281% attack damage to now dealing 664% attack damage at gem level 20. These are just two examples, but the majority of melee skills are now dealing approximately 75% more damage at level 20. Of course, with melee comes close proximity combat, so you need some good defensive options. New base types with higher
Cleave? How Cleave looks like now? Did they change the animation, or you mean like the Cleave gem? We do have all the gem upgrades, updates in a separate thread, so if you just look for it, this was the patch notes where we're going through, but if we go back here, home, here, new and changed skill, and if you go Cleave, here. Cleave doesn't have flat damage anymore, but it went from 237 base damage to 511. Same for the added damage. The cost is a little bit more than doubled, and it lost the physical tag. Actually, a lot of melee skills lost the physical tag, so you can't gain bonuses to physical skills anymore. But that's fine. Like, I really like that they just buffed them to the point where you can consider the melee totem buffs and a lot of other situational buffs that you had with melee, consider them baked into the gem, which, yeah, that's great. You see the new armor base types? If so, where? Probably in the patch notes. I don't know. We're going down, so we'll encounter them eventually. So yeah, melee totem skills completely removed. Damage baked in. We get access to melee totem builds now only on the Dawnstrider unique boots. And a bunch of other changes to accommodate that. Also a banner rework. And then now we're at the rage rework. So rage is more fundamental and discoverable. You no longer gain attack speed or movement speed per rage. And you lose 10 rage every second if you've not been hit or gained rage in the last 2 seconds. Previously, you lost 1 rage every 0.5 seconds. So rage falls off a lot higher, faster. Many sources generate rage much more quickly, of course. Number of rage-related stats have had their wording updated. Let me quickly change the volume of the music. It's a little too high. They're just mentioned in the patch notes, but the actual stats for the new base types are not there. Okay. Well, then we might have to wait until they're data mined out of the new patch. So I guess they're going to be on PoEDB tomorrow when the new content GGPK is available. Okay, yeah, so a bunch of rage. Yeah, inshallah for sure. What are you guys making? Saw some Slayer, Trickster, Hex Blaster, Lightning Strike, melee stuff, Mana Man, EB. Yeah, I haven't decided yet. I'll decide once we get through this and actually do some build planning. I looked at some other builds, but new rage masteries. Movement speed per 5 rage, max rage, inherent loss 20% faster, so 12 instead of 10 per second. War cries gain rage per power, maximum total life recovery per leech at maximum rage, or intimidation while you have rage for nearby enemies. Tinctures have been added to the core game with adjusted mechanics, but you have to be Warden for tinctures, right? No, wait, you have to be Warden for multiple tinctures. A tincture can be used by anyone, but Warden has the tincture-specific passes. NPCs in town may now have tinctures available to purchase. Tinctures have a cooldown. Once you have deactivated one, no tincture can be activated for a time. Wait, is that specific to the tincture what the cooldown is, or is that global? Because this could have been clarified, right? Flasks adjacent to applied tincture gain 2 charges when you hit an enemy with a weapon no more than once every second. Yeah, so this was one of the questions. What one of the questions was about. Cooldown is 6 to 8 seconds. All right, all right. Warden is also the only one who have access to tinctures for ranged weapons. Per default, tinctures only grants you buff to melee attacks, but they also burn your mana now. So yeah. Can you be manually deactivated or will automatically deactivate when you run out of mana? And 4 new tincture types, okay. Well, yeah, this is interesting stuff. Retaliation skills are active skills which require you to meet a certain condition in order to use them. So these are replacing the counter-attack skills Reckoning, Riposte, and Vengeance. And Riposte are now Glacial Shield Swipe gems, Reckoning are now Sword Storm gems, and Vengeance are now Crushing Fist gems. We got a new Careful Counter-Attack cluster to the west of Templar's starting location. Counter-Attack provides 10% chance to block attack damage and spell damage if you used a retaliation skill recently. That sounds good. New Crushing Reply cluster to the west of Marauder's starting location. Crushing Reply provides retaliation skills of 50% increased stun duration on enemies, and retaliation skills fortify on melee hit. So yeah, a whole bunch of stuff to play around with for retaliation. I think we're gonna look at the clusters and notables and all that when we're looking at the tree. Same as the masteries, right? It's nice now to look at the masteries, but this in isolation is really hard to contextualize or to evaluate. You need to contextualize it in order to evaluate it. So endgame improvements. Added a 6th slot to the map device. That's great. So you get 1 map device slot when you do Maven's Invitation the Atlas, and 1 when you do your first tier 17 complete. And then the 6th slot you get for the other one, which is great. Tier 16 and above, you have a chance to encounter the Wildwood from the Affliction League. The woods do not contain the NPCs from Affliction, or the Nameless Seer, or the King in the Mist. So you only get to buff your monsters. You don't get like Wildwood exclusive stuff. But you have a chance to find the Nameless Seer lurking in tier 16 and tier 17 maps. NPC will give you a selection of unique items. You get to pick 1 to take with you for free. The Nameless Seer may also offer to scry a map when you encounter him in tier 16 maps. Scrying a map allows you to swap the divination cards dropped in the current map to another map of your atlas. There's also a scrying orb that they mentioned, right? You can use an orb of scouring on either map part on the swap on your atlas. A specific map cannot be in multiple swaps at the same time, so you can only swap once. You cannot like swap Crimson Temple with Jungle Valley and then swap from Jungle Valley to another map like Strand or something like that. Big Shuffle, which divination cards can be found in each maps. Most maps drop fewer divination cards than before, but you can see this information for yourself because hovering over a selected map on your atlas or selecting a map on your atlas displays which div cards can drop there. Huge update. This is so good to have this information in game. We can also highlight the name of a card to display maps that can drop that card. Audience with the King grants access to the King in the Mist boss fight. He will drop a number of uniques that were familiar from that league. Fragment has been added to the Fragment Stash tab. Okay, but where can you find that fragment? They didn't clarify that yet. Hi, will there be a Fated Connection podcast before launch or only after a few days in? Yo, what up, Zoomer? We have a countdown on the screen right now. In 8 hours from now, Balor and I will be joined by Snoobay and Uncle Jay to discuss patch notes and like the entire announcement and our league starters and all that. And there will be an episode on Tuesday. Is Tuesday the 1st or the 31st? King in the Mist key will come from Ritual. Okay, I did say that in the... Yeah, I should have stated it here. I don't know why there's information in the announcement that's not in the patch notes. But yeah. Tuesday is the 30th, so it's the 30th. Right, no, I'm confused because this podcast is so late that it's technically already on Friday, but it's still, for me, it's Thursday. In my head, it's Thursday. But yeah. Yeah, thanks for clarifying M1 Games and Boulder and Hollow 30k. So the new fragment and audience with the King is from Rituals. The Name Taker, the Flawed Refuge, and the Trickster Smile unique items are no longer part of the core drop pool and can drop for monsters in the Asmeri Wildwood. I don't even remember these items. Map tier 16 and above, you have a chance to recover a Reflective Mist from the Calandra League. The Mist has two outcomes, could either drop a ring or amulet with randomly enhanced or inverted modifier values, or provide a Reflecting Mist which can be used on an existing ring or amulet to perform the mirroring action. So that's cool. Having the Reflective Mist back. You can stumble across Sentinels on the ground near the start of tier 16 and 17 maps. But they aren't items. You can click on them and then you gain them for that map, for that area, and you can activate them to buff enemies and to increase rewards. Unique ring bases are not in. Need to actually play the game this time. I implying that I didn't play the game last time? Fuck off, dude. Right. So yeah, Sentinels and Reflective Mist and Wildwood back as like tier 16 stuff, which is cool. I kind of don't like the aspect that, I mean, we're already like running tier 16 maps mainly, but this like kind of doubles down on like tier 16 or bust, right? Like you're not going to run tier 14s or tier 15s anymore because those will not have the Nameless Seer, they will not have the Wildwood, they will not have the Reflective Mist chance and all of that. So yeah, it's tier 16 or bust. You're not going to run any maps that are not tier 16 at least. If you can, obviously. Once your character's ready. Scarabs, Chisels, Horizon Orbs follow the same drop rules as maps. They do not drop more with additional party members' presence, nor do they scale with bonuses to item quantity on the player. But you can't get it anymore outside of Standard League anyway. They deleted item quantity, which is also huge. Monsters killed from all leagues and additional content can now drop maps. Previously, most of the monsters were prevented from dropping maps except for bosses or elite monsters. Now all of them can, but they have a map drop penalty. The penalty varies based on how many monsters the league adds and how long the league takes to complete or engage with on average. Okay. By league, they mean like the encounter, the league mechanic encounter. So like Legion or Blight or something like that, which is cool. Introduce the Scarab of Bisection, which allows you to select the nullify prefixes or nullify suffixes crafting options on the map device. Right. The Horned Scarab of Awakening no longer provides these crafting options. So new Scarab type to do the same thing as previously another Scarab type did. So a lot of Scarab changes here. Rare monsters slain in an area create additional Beyond portals. Blight Scarab of Oils no longer bumps up the tier of Blight Oils, but changes the Blight encounters to have one blighted chest, have more waves of enemies, and the chests grow larger and more rewarding the more blighted enemies are slain. Delirium Scarab causes Delirium to increase 50% faster on top of its previous effect. Divination Scarab has been renamed and no longer scales the amount of divination cards found in area, but it causes an area to contain 8 to 12 additional packs of the Red Reese devoted monsters, and they themselves have an additional chance to drop a stacked deck. Okay. So, Divination Scarab of Plenty no longer provides more div cards in area per different favorite map. Or the div cards replaced by those of your favorite maps. It causes 3 packs of magic monsters to drop additional divination cards. And it doesn't even add the monsters, it just causes up to 3 packs of magic monsters to drop div cards. This is really good because previously this was a really sought after mechanic, but the way that the Scarab enabled it made it so that it was like pretty much only available for the top tiers of group mapping, right? And now we get the scrying option from the Nameless Seer, and there's also the new scrying orb with which you can change div card rewards. So yeah, goodbye obscene farming strats. I mean, there's still going to be obscene farming strats. It's just that the fun mechanics, like changing div card drops in the map, are not going to be exclusive to those insane farming strats, but they're going to be accessible for everyone, which I think is great. Div cards which drop an area are stolen by the final map boss. Final map boss has increased toughness and deals increased damage the more divination cards they have stolen, and then duplicates all stolen divination cards when defeated. That's really cool. Divination Scarab of Completion like incentivizes fully clearing the area, right? Because you first need to kill all the monsters to get the div cards that drop in the area to be stolen by the map boss, and then the map boss is increased in difficulty, and you need to kill it in order to get all the duplicated drops, which I like very much. Because that kind of discourages people from only farming the map until they get to the boss and then not doing the boss. So Domination Scarab of Abnormality has been renamed to Domination Scarab of Apparitions. It now causes an area to contain 2 additional apparition shrines instead of an additional unusual shrine. Scarab of Teaching, renamed to Domination Scarab of Evolution, causes an additional evolving shrine instead of causing shrine buffs in an area to also grant 30% increased experience gained. Evolving Shrine, I suppose, is the shrine that gives you increased experience now? Because that seems to be a new type. want a Death's Oath character this league from you. There's many people who want many things, but we'll see. I don't think Death's Oath is that great. There might be a better build, although I'd rather play Death's Oath than Rage Vortex again. Rage Vortex was a fun little project, though. Okay, Cartography Scarab of Risk is replacing the Scarab of Ascension, causes an additional random modifier instead of maps found in the area are a tier higher. Scarab of Duplication, renamed to Scarab of the Multitude, contains up to 12 additional packs of difficult and rewarding monsters, which drop 300% increased maps, instead of just giving a 30% chance to be duplicated to map drops. And we got the Scarab of Obelisks, Harbinger Scarab, which no longer causes rarer currency shards to be dropped or drop a single type of currency shard. It causes them to spawn empowered obelisks, which drop currency shards when defeated. Horn Scarab of Bloodlines makes increased magic monsters rather than causing them all to be magic. Right. More magic monsters has its encryption changed. Not a functional change. Horn Scarab of Tradition has all rare and unique monsters in area drop items transformed by a reward modifier and no longer has players' modifiers to rarity and quantity do not apply. Why does the music always stop playing after one song and then the tool refuses to pick the next song in the list? This is enraging me so hard every single time. But yeah, I've been talking about this for a year and always talking about how I'm going to send an email to Stream Elements complaining about this lack of a feature. And I still haven't, so maybe I should do that later today. If I remember it. But the thing is, I never remember it when I'm offline. I only remember it while I'm actually streaming, and I don't want to write an email while I'm actually streaming. Give me a second. I'm going to grab a pen. Write email stream elements. Sticky note. Yeah, well, it's not sticky, but it's a note. All right, whole bunch of Scarab changes. Is there any Scarab that you would like to highlight? Because I don't want to read through all of this. Like, it's really not interesting to me. Like, I'd rather, like, read the Scarabs as I find them in the game, because I'm not going to remember all of this anyway. I'll still find the Scarab in game and read the Scarab and be like, oh, that's how it works now. It's like, you know, it's not going to be like, oh yeah, that's the Ritual Scarab of Recognition. That's now called Ritual Scarab of Wisps. I know exactly what it does. I need to read it. I don't need to read it, right? Like, I'm still going to read every single Scarab that I find, so. Blight Scarab that makes it one lane sounds super fun. I don't think I've seen that one. I've only seen the one that makes this one I've only seen. Blighted Chest. One Blighted Chest. Only one Blighted Chest implies one lane? No. It doesn't say only one blighted chest. It says it now causes blight encounters in an area to have one blighted chest. It doesn't say to only have one blighted chest. It says have one blighted chest. I don't think it says it also doesn't say a single lane at all. It just says it has a blighted chest, and the more enemies you kill, the bigger it grows. But hey, I don't know. You be the judge of it. But maybe I'm dumb. Maybe you understand how it works and I don't. Has one blighted chest instead of many blighted chests, but not instead of like other chests, right? Reviewed the limit for how many each scarab can be used alongside a single map and made adjustments. So some of the scarabs have new limits, and some scarabs became undroppable now. Don't continue to drop, but you still have them in standard and can continue to use them until you're out. After socketing your first Voidstone on the Atlas, you can hover over tier 14 and higher maps and view what tier 17 maps can drop here. That's great. Monsters in tier 17 maps have less life and deal less damage, fitting better into the progression. Yeah, they shared this anecdote of how basically 2 developers buffed the monsters in tier 17 maps separately. So they've been buffed twice before the tier 17 maps were released, and so they were way harder than intended. For the entirety of 3.24. So this puts them more in line with the progression. And now tier 17 maps can also be modified with Chaos Orbs, Val Orbs, Delirium Orbs, and Chisels, where previously you could only reroll them with Chaos, but now you can modify them. And they drop with a random quality rather than dropping with 20%. So you can actually like corrupt them. You can just not add or remove modifiers specifically by using like scours or exalts or something like that, right? But you can still re-roll them and corrupt them. Yo, what up, resting? Or it's only one chest that drops everything but many lanes? Yeah, we'll have to see. Like the way that it's worded makes me think it's just one chest for blight guaranteed, right? Like you get blighted chest, the blight in the map with the scarab applied is guaranteed to have one chest for blight rewards. And the more you kill, the more blight rewards you get. But that's how I understand it. Maybe I'm wrong. Do a minute stream so all watch streaks reset? Fuck you. Why should I? You just want me to punish everyone for no good reason. So double anointed amulets can drop in blight ravaged maps. That's pretty cool. Union of Souls can no longer roll. Increased item rarity to quantity ratio is more in line. Blights are already guaranteed to have one blight chest. That's why no, you love the maps where only one lane spawns, because that one lane is always blight instead of fragments. Yeah, but they could have multiple chests. You could have 5 blight chests on a blight lane, for example. Right? So now you have one blight chest, regardless of how many are rolled. So technically it's a nerf, because you're getting one chest instead of 5. But then that one chest will drop more based on how many enemies you slay. So big money in blight, especially with removal of any extractor source. Wait, you don't get any extractors anymore? Five chests of the same theme, but I won't fight you on any further on this. No, you're welcome to fight. It's just like, I feel like, give me more arguments that make it like specific why you think you're right, because so far it just sounds like we have different interpretations of what's being said, and we have no way to know who's correct and who's not. Other than like finding out how it actually works when the game comes out. Okay, fungal ground causes allies to have plus chaos resist. Enemies on your fungal ground have minus to all resist. Right. Okay. Profane Ground, 100% increased crit chance. Curses have increased effect against them. So this doesn't have the minus resistant anymore. That's shifted into Fungal Ground. We'll see. Super clear? Sure. Monsters and ultimatum encounters drop loot once again. Okay. Hordes and abyssal depths drop more items. Okay. Beasts from the Einhar's memory have been added to the core pool of bestiary monsters. Have a chance to encounter the Black Morrigan. Sure, in the Einhar's memory. Okay, that's cool. Janus Fortification is a chest of domination scarabs. Doesn't apply to Ruthless. Have a chance to find a Gloom Shrine or Charge Shrine in areas. So previously, Gloom Shrine you could only get from your Atlas passive tree, right? You could get a chance for Gloom Shrine. And now they can occur naturally, I guess, without being invested into the nodes. Divine Shrines are rarer and have a duration of only 20 rather than 45 seconds. That Sag. Adjusted the drop rates of Valdos. Previously, we're adapting its drop rate based on the possible outcomes selected by supporters. So many supporters really wanted Mage Bloods, so the box was hardly dropping. Thus, we drastically increased the drop rate of the box, but reduced the probability of getting chase unique items for it, from it. Yeah, that makes sense. So more boxes, fewer high-value items in the boxes. But, you know, essentially you get the same amount of high-value item maps from Valdos overall. And it's just you get way more Valdos boxes with useless shit in them. So a whole bunch of maps rotated in, a whole bunch of maps rotated out. Sounds good to me. I'm not sure. Beach is nice, I guess. Coves isn't terrible. Summit. Misa. Wait, Misa wasn't in the Atlas last league? I remember running it a lot in Affliction, but I didn't even realize it was missing in Necropolis. Racecourse? Wasn't in Necropolis? No way. I swear I played Racecourse maps with my Rage Vortex. Am I dumb? Probably I am. Most maps are now at a different tier. Yeah, that's the same. Map bosses have changed. Yeah, of course. Yeah, this is really cool. Delirium is only 15 waves now instead of 30, but you don't have to do the first 15 anymore. So you're only getting waves 16 to 30, which are now called wave 1 through 15. But yeah, the first waves were tedious and unrewarding and were pretty much only there so that characters that weren't ready for this content could still have a reason to run it and get some rewards for it. But like most of the people would only run Delirium simulacrums if they were able to do at least like 20-25 waves. So it made no sense. So that's great. More opportunities to obtain specific unique items by defeating the bosses. Corpses you can use to raise as specters can be found as a reward in Ritual. Have been rebalanced to be appropriate for the core game comparing to their debut in Affliction League. That sounds to me like they have lost health, probably. Probably the Dark Marionettes don't have as much life as they used to have. Lowest tier ritual bases cannot be found in maps, and the highest tier can only be found in maps with an area level of 83 or higher. Archdemon Crown implicit modifier is -2 to level of socketed support gems and +2 to level of socketed gems instead. Socketed skills apply fire, cold, and lightning exposure on hit and -10 to all elemental resistance. Okay. Well, that's pretty good, right? +2 on skill gems is a lot more base damage, and -2 on support gems, depending on the support gem, doesn't really matter a lot. As long as you're not using a support gem with flat damage, like added cold or ice bite or something like that. Brimstone treads don't have the take damage from blocked hits anymore and chance to block, but you get increased stun and block recovery and reduced stun threshold. So you reduced stun threshold means your stun threshold is reduced, right? So it's more likely that you get stunned, but you have a much faster stun and block recovery. Debilitation gauntlets renamed to thwarting gauntlets, where you get... Oh, they are basically the same thing that the boots did before, but they're stronger than the boots were before because you get a larger number of block percentage for attack damage, and you get a lower percentage of the damage that you take from blocked hits. So this actually works. And then the exerted attacks and Warcry skill cooldown mod on the debilitation is gone. So basically they removed these gloves, the glove base, and added a new base. But they kept the 2D art. Dream Quest Slippers Implicit is now 10% reduced movement speed and 45 to 50% increased cooldown recovery rate of movement skills. Previously 30 to 40. So it's a lot better now. Sinistral gloves renamed to Trap Setter gloves no longer get the dual wield weird thing. Because these were also super stupid in my opinion, because they were like never used unless you were doing a shield build where you always attack with your offhand, right? Because it's a shield skill, so you don't ever attack with your main hand. So you'd never get the reduced attack damage, but you'd always get the increased attack damage. And it's just like you're locked into those gloves anyway if you're doing a shield build. Kind of. But now they provide cooldown recovery rate for throwing traps, reduced cooldown recovery rate. So your traps have a longer cooldown, but in turn the trap skills have increased skill effect duration. So for duration traps like flamethrower traps or seismic trap, these are good, I guess. But you're sacrificing cooldown recovery rate for throwing traps, and you're gaining trap skill effect duration, which I guess one stat is more available than the other, so sounds fine. The back to basics, now we're into Atlas tree changes, right? The back to basics Atlas passive keystone been removed from the Atlas passive tree. Unending Nightmare has Delirium in maps is double difficulty scaling with distance from mirror. So instead of increased, it's doubled, which is a lot more understandable, I guess. What's 100% increased instead of 50% increased, which I believe it was previously, right? With Speaker of the Dead Keystone Atlas passive, players can touch up to 14 nearby normal or magic monsters for each tormented spirit possessing them. Okay, so that's doubled. 40 instead of 20. Sulfite intoxication is not permanent anymore and lasts only 60 seconds. Oh, packed with energy, massive nerf. That's great. Yeah, what up, Nate? I'm doing okay, yeah. I actually had to take some time to sort out my personal life and my professional life and all that. I will not be disappearing from streaming. I will be continuing the Faded podcast, and I'll still be streaming multiple times per week, but I will be accepting full-time responsibilities starting 1st of August. And yeah, for now it's going to be a 2-year apprenticeship. And if by the time that the 2-year apprenticeship ends, I see streaming as a viable full-time career alternative, then I might reconsider it. As long as you can stack it, it's buffed when it comes to move speed and damage. Yeah, it just lasts only 60 seconds, so. What was it before? Wasn't it always 35% increased damage and 15% increased move speed? I thought it was that before. Take care of you first. That's what's most important. Yeah, I figure it's more important to. It didn't stack. It did stack. You did get 3 stacks, so you always had 3 times these stats. But it was permanent for the entire map, for the entire area, and now it's only 60 seconds. So even if you get all 3, you won't have 60 seconds uptime because you will only have like 50 or 40 seconds overlap, depending on how close they are to each other. So yeah, this is a lot worse than it used to be. But it was also such a no-brainer that I just feel like this, making it a duration, kind of punishes builds that are slow, right? So this makes it better on faster builds. So essentially it makes it better on builds that are already better. I feel like this should be better on builds that are worse, and it should be worse on builds that are better. But now this is actually, I don't know. Well, I mean, increases are worth less if you already have a lot of increases. So. Still, it does feel a little bit weird. It's still a nice crutch for early progression, don't get me wrong. Like, I mean, 60 seconds for this buff is still really, really good. Like, clicking a sulfite node, getting 35% increased damage, 15% increased move speed, and +1 to all max res. It's just that if they're spaced out through the map, then you won't have, like, multiple stacks of this buff. But, you know, if you clear your map in, like, 3 minutes and they're equally spaced out, then you'll have each buff up by itself, and you will be buffed for the entirety of the map, but not with all 3 buffs anymore. So, yeah, it's good and bad, but I think it's a fair change. It was so good. It was such a no-brainer to take that node. And it also made it so that, you know, the way that you could use it for boss fights that you entered through your map, right? Like guardians and stuff like that you get after that are still technically in the same area, was like kind of an imbalance, because certain bosses you could get the triple buff and be insanely stronger, and other bosses you couldn't. So it's definitely fair. Not sure if it's still worth taking. It's 2 points. It didn't change in position, so why would it not be worth taking? Like, you can easily refund it so quickly if you feel like it's not good anymore. I think early on it's like pretty fair to still pick packed with energy. Especially if you have sulfite scarabs that can guarantee Nico. Hmm. Three small Atlas passes. No more quantity on the Torment stats is also great. More likely to be less common varieties is nice. Wait, so Ruthless still has quantity? It says Ruthless is not affected by this change. Does that mean Ruthless still has quantity? So Pillage and Plunder uses League rarity instead of its own multiplicative rarity stat. 3 Atlas passes in the Scions cluster gives you 10% chance to be haunted by an additional tormented spirit instead of granting quantity to possessed or touched monsters. Artifacts of the Vow provides incursions have increased pack size instead of increased quantity, which is essentially the same thing, right? Having 5% bigger packs or getting 5% increased quantity from the monsters is the same thing. Because you'll still have 20% increased quantity of items if you kill all the monsters, but you also get increased experience. So this is actually kind of a little buff. As small as it is, but it is a little of a buff. 3 small Beyond Demon item quantity Atlas passes cause Beyond Demons to have 20% increased chance to be followers of Gore, Baydat, or Katash, instead of providing quantity dropped by Beyond Demons. So you can select Gore, Baydat, or Katash and like specialize into one of the 3, I guess. I'll have to see it on the Atlas passive tree how it's laid out. Answered Appeals notable Atlas passive has unique monsters slain at ritual altars in your maps grant 100% more tribute. Spores on the Wind Atlas passive has been replaced with a new Templar Ingenuity notable. Provides Blight towers in your maps can be salvaged after the Blight encounter. Higher tier towers grant better salvaged rewards, and salvaged rewards are improved for each different tower type built during the encounter. The small Atlas passive at the entrance of this wheel no longer provides maps found in your maps have 1% chance to have an area contains a Blight encounter enhancement modifier.
Bye-bye.
Look who it is. The guy who still hasn't accepted this team gifts card Mesle.
Good point, dude. I saw the email the other day and I was like, oh, I should accept the gifts. Thanks, Jomas, for the 77 months. Your new items, Megara, Nyx, Thanatos, Artemis, and Nyx. Pending gifts, 3. I don't know, have fun. Barony. Okay. And Hero Siege. Extra slots and stash space. Wait, can I add this before I have the Hero Siege? But thank you so much. I'm definitely going to play this. Play it now? No, not now. Add to my library. Hey, thanks, dude. And thanks for the 77 months of a lot of tier 3 gifts. So that's also huge. That deserves to be mentioned that it's tier 3. 24 months resub at tier 3. That's 2 years of tier 3 subs. In the next 5 or 10 years, for sure. For sure. Nah, I think this league will be able to do a lot more. We'll also do the GTA. Trust. There's also some other things that I have like in my mental backlog that were not requested by you, but like stuff that I really wanted to play on stream. Like I want to do the Cleveland Steamer game. No, not the name is Bootleg Steamer, and then there's also another game that I wanted to check out that has something with like remote controlled stuff. But yeah, not before week 3 of the Path of Exile League. Yeah, this one was like a mouthful. I don't really understand what this was. Or this one? Blight towers can be salvaged after the Blight encounter? Oh, you can salvage the towers and then you get rewards? And then you get better rewards for each different tower type. Weekend full Degent mode. This weekend? Yes, there's nothing else that I have planned this weekend. So, yeah. I got my apprenticeship is only starting on Thursday. I do have an appointment on Monday that I need to go to, and I promised my sister I would visit her on Monday. So I don't know how much I'll be able to stream on Monday, but I'll definitely be streaming Friday night, Saturday night, Saturday all day, Sunday all day, Monday morning until I get to the appointment, and then Tuesday I'll be able to stream, and Wednesday not that late because I have to get up early on Thursday for the apprenticeship. But yeah. Phone turned off, GF ignored, easy. My GF is actually at a festival until Monday, I think, so should be fine. So yeah, a whole lot of Blight passives been changed. You can salvage towers, you can get a higher chance to contain blighted maps, Blight Reach grants a chance for maps to drop as blighted maps instead. So if you completed a blight encounter in your maps, all players get Blight Reach, and you have a chance to drop maps as blighted maps. Blight bosses in your maps have a chance to add an additional reward. 25 seems sort of low, but yeah. Okay, don't have the chance to be openable again for the Blight chests, which I never liked because you have to click it in order to find out whether you can open it again. Can I send my settlement dude to complete Blight maps? Probably not. But it's a good question. Probably not, because Blight maps are not on your Atlas, right? So Atlas passes don't apply, but yeah, we'll have to see. I don't think they will be able to run blighted maps. Monster increased item rarity and quantity. The way that the rarity and quantity of items drop from extra content has been changed. Wait, the way that the quantity and rarity of items drop from extra content? What? I guess this is supposed to call drop. The way that quantity and rarity of item drops. What? The sentence makes no sense, guys. The way that items drop from extra content are affected by quantity and rarity of items drop from extra content has been changed, right? Generally, we have added item quantity or rarity bonuses to a number of mechanics such as essences or delirium. On top of that, we have added drops back to some leagues where it wasn't present before, like ultimatum. In general, the philosophy here is that if you are killing monsters, you get loot. And if they are more difficult, you should get more and better loot. A major change we have made alongside the above is that we have changed a lot of the quantity and rarity bonuses on monsters to prevent things like multiplying out of control at the very top end. There were some cases that were utilized by fewer than 100 players total in a league, and they were able to yield tens of thousands, in some cases hundreds of thousands of unique items dropping in every map while not even playing in a party, and as such had monopoly on the unique item market. If you were wondering why many tier 0 uniques reduced so drastically in value during Necropolis League, it was due to this. This wasn't them exploiting, this was just the maximum capacity of rewards. Us changing this severely limits the runaway cases without affecting the experience of average users or even above average users at all. It's very much still intended that you can push the rewards and difficulty of content to it feeling excessive without having to sacrifice the integrity of the league's economy at the same time. Player increased item quantity. Item quantity bonuses on all character items have been removed, though this will not affect existing items in standard leagues. Magic Find is intended to be another axis on your gear you can scale once you have achieved the power you want. With item quantity being only available on unique items, this meant that if you wanted to get the most out of it, you had to be playing a very specific build. Yeah, this has already been explained in the announcement, right? So you can invest into Magic Find, but you can only get item rarity, which you can also get on rare items and fit into a lot more different builds. Bisco's collar has been disabled, and the cards that award it have also been disabled. Ascetic unique amulet can no longer be obtained. Sedima's touch gloves can no longer provide quantity. Instead, they have a 5 to 15% increased rarity of items found. And we need to get through this. We're going through this increased item quantity change section. Then I'm going to play a section of the announcement and quickly get a snack and to do a quick break. And then we're going to continue with the reading of the patch notes at player balance. Is that a good deal? Because I'm doing intermittent fasting, so I haven't eaten before the stream, but it's like almost 6 p.m. now, so I do really want to eat. Whereas the timer for podcasts, it's only in this position. When I move like this, it's there. But you can always do. You can always find the countdown on bit.ly/faded138cd. So. Ascetic unique amulet can no longer be obtained. Sedimas provide rarity instead of quantity, which makes them dog shit. Piranda's blazon was still used outside of quantity for some stuff, for the stats and stuff. But yeah, the rarity is bad instead of the quantity. Obviously, Bisco's leash has no longer quantity, instead has all attributes. That's actually kind of good, because Bisco's leash was mostly used for rampage. Right, so that one is still going to be good. Plus, the all attributes actually going to make it a fair bit better. I mean, obviously not as good as quantity, but since quantity can no longer be obtained, it's fine. But I really like the rampage here. It's a good belt, guys. And then we get Divination Distillate, no longer has quantity, has huge rarity during effect. Okay, this seems like it actually makes up for the quantity loss, like up to 50% increased rarity found during effect. Only 10 to elemental resist during effect, where previously I'd had 50. Existing items can be updated with a divine orb and a side of regret. Yeah, why would you ever do that? Thief's Torment has 20 to 30 rarity instead of 10 to 16 quantity. Centauri's Answer just straight up lost the quantity. Goldworm has a bigger amount of rarity instead of quantity. That seems to make up for it more or less. More so than Sedima's and Piranda's Blazon, at least. Greed's Embrace has a huge rarity. Instead of the 30 to 50, it has 100 now, but lost all the quantity. And the Lightning Resistance Malice is now a roll between -20 and -10, rather than just being a flat -20. Pariah obviously doesn't have quantity per white socket, but has rarity of items per white socket. Venter's rolls -15 to +15 increased mana reservation efficiency of skills instead of the quantity stat, which makes it really interesting. 2 a.m. German time, 1 a.m. German time. If it's not wrong. I'm pretty sure that... Yeah. In 16 minutes, it's gonna be 6, right? And then from 6 to midnight is 6 hours, and then another hour is 1. So 1 a.m. is when we start. It's a good thing. 1 a.m. German time is a great time to listen to a 3-hour podcast. I hope so. I hope my neighbor thinks the same thing. But yeah, whatever. Gonna just switch off the bell and close the door and just Yeah, not much I can do there. I'm gonna try and like speak in room volume, but so Wind Ripper lost the quantity dropped by frozen enemies, as rarity dropped by frozen enemies, not much of a change there. Spinefused Talisman is dot multi instead of quantity. That's actually a buff for dot builds. That's really neat. That's also kind of cool that it like changes all the quantity Eyes of the Great Wolf. Which kind of sucks for the people who have Eyes of the Great Wolf with quantity, but yeah. F for those people. Influenced and corrupted modifiers that provide increased item quantity can no longer roll. Increased rarity can no longer roll on jewels or appear as an implicit modifier on synthesized jewel. Okay. Discerning Taste Timeless Jewel Notable grants increased mana reservation efficiency of skills instead of rarity. I don't know why, though. Because that was rarity. Like, it didn't have to remove the rarity, but whatever. Well, we'll be getting into player balance in a second. I'm just going to have a quick break here to get some food, and I'll be playing this announcement and listening to it in the background. I'm sorry. I'll be right back.
Defensive values will now drop throughout the endgame. As you reach yellow, red, and purple maps, you can expect to find higher tier base types in each. For example, Val Regalia and Hubris Circlet are no longer the best in slot items for Energy Shield. There are new base types that surpass them. Combined with some quality changes, which we'll talk about soon, you can now get better items than ever before in these slots. To compensate, we have reduced the amount of flat evasion and armor from the Grace and Determination auras, but overall, you're getting more defenses than before. On top of this, we have buff life modifiers on magic and rare equipment. You can now get as high as 189 additional maximum life from a single modifier on body armors, and more on other slots too. Kaum's Heart has also finally been restored to its former glory and once again grants plus 1000 to maximum life. I mentioned quality. Quality on weapons and armors is being changed to apply multiplicatively. In other words, weapons with full quality will give 20% more physical damage, and armor with full quality will have 20% more local defenses. For melee, this will mean a damage increase for almost all builds using physical damage attacks, and it will mean more evasion, armor, energy shield, and ward for all builds. Endurance charges no longer grant elemental resistances, but instead grant additional elemental damage reduction, making it multiplicative with resistances. You can now get 4% per charge, alongside the existing 4% physical damage reduction. To compensate, we have made some changes to the Juggernaut, and various unique items like Eternal Damnation. You can get more maximum resistances from the tree, specifically around the Marauder class start. These of course can stack with the new elemental mitigation from endurance charges. On top of this, jewels can now roll maximum elemental resistances as modifiers. Since we're making elemental mitigation more accessible, we've heavily reduced accessibility to physical damage taken as chaos or elemental damage. Those stats are still around, but you should not expect to be getting full conversion anymore. All block passives have been buffed, so you can now more easily achieve block cap from just the passive tree. The Keystone Versatile Combatant has been improved to have less of a penalty to maximum block. A number of Life Leech passives have been buffed to generally allow for more acquisition of maximum leech rate for life. Vow Pact has been reinstated to its former glory for instant Life Leech, but only for melee. We've reworked Flesh and Stone. Previously, this buff skill granted Maim and Blind, depending on the stance of our character. Now, while in Sand Stance, the skill simply provides damage mitigation, becoming more effective the closer you are to enemies. While in Blood Stance, enemies will take more physical damage the closer you are to them. This skill will now greatly favour melee or close-range gameplay. Given we're doing a Kalgurin League, Ward has also received a bit of attention. There are new uniques that grant Ward, and the base restoration of Ward is now faster. To compensate, Olroth's Resolve has been nerfed, but Ward loop builds will still be possible. Anyway, that was most of the purely defensive changes. Now let's look at some of the offensive and utility-based ones. There are more and better ways to deal with mana as an attacker on the southern hemisphere of the passive tree. Wands, daggers, scepters, claws, and staves now have higher critical strike chance values than ever. Wands can go as high as 10% without modifiers. Sandstorm Visage has been made rarer to compensate, instead of reducing its power. For you wand attackers, wands now have higher attack speed than ever to compensate for their low damage. Wand exclusive skills such as Power Siphon, Kinetic Bolt, and Kinetic Blast now have faster attack times. Impale passives have been revised and in general buffed. The buffs granted by Warcries are now simpler but more significant, and more universal to builds. They also now apply to allies by default. Banners have been reworked. Instead of having a reservation cost, they are now free. However, they don't grant a permanent buff. Banners now need to be placed for the effect to be active. However, once placed, they are far more powerful than before. Additionally, there are new ways to prolong the effects, and more ways to invest in them than ever before. Rage has been made more fundamental and discoverable. Rage is now multiplicative attack damage, but no longer inherently grants attack speed or movement speed. It has a new cap, and you can find many new passive clusters that allow you to invest into the mechanic. The goal is to make Rage more powerful as a baseline, and less gated behind the use of specific unique items and ascendancy classes. Berserk has been nerfed, just so you're aware. We have changed how bleed works too. You can now find aggravated bleed on the passive tree. When applied, all bleeds on the enemy will deal damage as if the enemy is moving, for the remainder of their duration. The skill Ensnaring Arrow no longer interacts with bleed, so no more will you have to apply bleeds and swap to a bow. You can now achieve the same result using aggravated bleed passives without the annoyance. Rupture from the Deadeye has been turned into a support gem. We've added the new Overexertion support gem, which highly favours slam builds. Now, it's time to look at a hot topic, Magic Find. In the Settlers of Kalgur expansion, we are going to be removing item quantity bonuses from all character items. This will not affect existing items in standard leagues. Magic Find is intended to be another axis on your gear you can scale once you have achieved the power you want. With item quantity being only available on unique items, this meant if you wanted to get the most out of it, you had to be playing a very specific build. We still want people to be able to invest into Magic Find, but now only through item rarity. This can be obtained on a number of rare item slots, and by a much larger number of builds. What about Ventor's Gamble, you might ask? Here it is now. This is one of the biggest balance patches we've ever done. I can't promise that existing builds will all be safe. Even we aren't able to predict all the outcomes here, nor have we even gone into every single change, just the major ones. I don't know, man. Balance is hard. But the sheer number of new, viable options is exciting, especially for melee. And we're determined to drag the game in a better direction. Be sure to read the patch notes after this, it's going to be a ruckus. In 3.24, we overhauled the in-game experience by introducing a new tier of maps and reworking scarabs. We want to continue to improve these systems and introduce more exciting in-game content every league. 325 is no exception. Let's check out the myriad of changes coming in Settlers of Kalgur. First up, we are changing many scarabs. We won't go into too much detail here to avoid getting lost in the weeds, but here's a few new ones. Be sure to check out the patch notes after this for more detail. We've also added an additional map device slot, which will be unlocked upon completing your first 10-way Maven encounter. This simply allows for more combinations of scarabs in maps, resulting in more difficulty and more rewards. This is on top of the existing additional slot that can be unlocked by completing your first Tier 17 map. There are now 6 map device slots in total. You might have seen our teaser, where we revealed we'll be adding new special encounters to the endgame. One such encounter is the Nameless Seer, lurking in Tier 16 and 17 maps. This NPC will give you a selection of unique items, and you can pick one for free. In Tier 16 maps, he now has an additional feature, where you can scry a map. This allows you to swap the divination card drops of the current map with another map on your atlas. Just one caveat, you cannot have the same map be in multiple swaps at the same time. If you want to undo your choice, you can use a scouring orb on either map on your atlas. We've also made some updates to a couple of leagues. Blight has been updated with some atlas passive skill changes, and double anointed amulets can now drop in Blight Ravaged maps. We've also introduced a new type of oil that can only drop from Blighted and Blight Ravaged maps. Ritual has also been updated. You can now find one new and many reworked base types, new unique items, corpses you can use to raise as spectres, and occasionally a fragment, granting access to the King in the Mist's boss fight from the Affliction League. He will drop a number of unique items that were familiar from the league, but not that which was taken, as it is now that which was taken away. However, he now drops a different modular jewel that you might recognize from the Necropolis League. In Tier 16 and Tier 17 maps, you can now encounter the Wildwood, also from the Affliction League. In case you missed it, the Wildwood is a mysterious forest fraught with danger. In the darkness you will find magical wisps yearning for freedom. Upon releasing them, they will empower the monsters in your map, promising more danger but more rewards. You may also find random sentinels on the ground near the start of your maps, from the Sentinel League. They work in a similar way to before. They aren't items, but you can click on them and then they can be activated in that area at any time of your choosing. Upon activation, they will buff monsters around you, increasing their difficulty and rewards. And here's one for those who like to live dangerously. You may occasionally find a reflective mist from the Kalandra League. It has 2 outcomes. It could drop a jewelry item with randomly enhanced or inverted modifier values, or it can give a reflecting mist item, which can be used on an existing piece of jewelry to perform the same action at a time of your choosing. Good luck! There's many other small changes to League content. We're removing the first 15 most boring waves of the simulacrum and rebalancing its rewards to improve the chances of finding unique jewels. We're also adding some of the beasts from Einhar's Memory of Harvest Beasts to the core pool. This includes the Black Morrigan. In other news, we've added a set of new chisel types, which can be applied to your maps to get different bonuses. While the Cartographer's Chisel still increases item quantity, there are new ones that now increase rarity, pack size, increased chance for currency items, divination cards, and scarabs. It's also worth mentioning that chisels now apply 20% quality per chisel to white maps, 10% to yellow maps, and 5% to red maps and higher. Unique maps still require the full 20 chisels. Also, only one type of chisel can be applied to a map at a time. During 3.24, we made a change to Tier 17 maps that allowed them to be rerolled with Chaos Orbs. We are now expanding the currency types that can be used on them to also include currencies like Chisels and Val Orbs. Ultimately, the only restriction Tier 17 maps now have is that explicit modifiers cannot be removed from them. We have also revised the difficulty of these maps, as they didn't quite hit the mark. The monsters in them now have substantially less life, and deal less damage, meaning Tier 17 maps now better fit into the progression between Pinnacle and Uber Pinnacle content. Lastly, we've adjusted the drop rate of Valdo's puzzle boxes. Previously, we were adapting its drop rate based on the possible outcomes selected by supporters. So many supporters really wanted Magebloods, so the box was hardly dropping. Thus, we have drastically increased the drop rate of the box, but reduced the probability of getting chase unique items from it, like Mageblood. Overall, we have taken care not to reduce the number of Magebloods total in the economy. We figured it was better to have more tickets for fun, rather than barely seeing any boxes in a league. We've been hard at work improving the Path of Exile experience on consoles. With native ports for the Xbox Series consoles already being released, and PS5 on the near horizon, the game now takes full advantage of the console hardware. Loading times have been reduced even further, pop-in has been reduced, and textures won't start unloading in heavy scenes. Furthermore, overall visual fidelity has been improved for all new generation consoles. Path of Exile now uses the highest available resolution textures and water effects. We've installed a new upscaling algorithm that improves the crispness of dynamic resolution, with an additional anti-aliasing pass on top of that. With these upgrades, we also support variable refresh rate TVs and monitors on PlayStation 5 and on all Xbox consoles. In the options, players can now choose which aspect of visual fidelity they want to focus on: resolution, image quality, or target frame rate. In 3.24, we added some new encounters and secrets to the campaign. In Settlers of Kalgur, we're adding even more. We're not going to spoil them all here, but keep an eye out for anything unfamiliar on your adventures. Who knows what you'll find? I mean, I know, but still. There's an underground bunker underneath the refinery, guarded by powerful robots. I wonder what's been hidden away here. How do I unlock this mysterious door? What riches must lay inside? Blighted growths have appeared in the gardens and sewers of Sarn. A vault containing riches can be found in the reliquary. As you might have seen in our teasers, there's a slew of quality of life features we've been working on. Here's a quick summary. You'll no longer need to interact with waypoints to unlock them. You can just walk by and they'll activate automatically.
That's the best.
When using keyboard and mouse, you'll be able to pick up items from further away. We're adding static life bars to some bosses. Not all bosses will have them just yet, but we'll be adding more over time. You can now see which divination cards drop in each map by hovering over them on your atlas. When you die, you can now resurrect without having to reactivate all your reservation effects, like auras and heralds. You can start harvest encounters with just a single action. The amount of quality provided by currency items like whetstones is now based on the item level, rather than item rarity. Those currencies now apply a 20% quality to very low level items, with that amount reducing as the item level increases. Next up, we're going to be talking about our new League supporter packs. Today, we're launching two new series of supporter packs, the Paladin and Penance packs. Each tier contains the pack's full face value in points, alongside several exclusive microtransactions. These packs are only available for the duration of the Settlers of Kalgur League, and will leave the store forever when it ends. As always, the microtransactions in these packs are purely cosmetic, and do not affect your character's power or progression in any way. The Paladin series of supporter packs contains 6 exclusive microtransactions. Adorn your weapon or shield with the Paladin weapon effect.
Yeah, I remember seeing this, so let's get out of this and go back into evaluating the patch notes. But yeah, I agree, Grimhood. Hierophant's Conviction of Power, which is you always at maximum endurance and power charges, and you're getting +1 maximum endurance and power charges. Permanent 16% non-chaos damage reduction. Yep, you get 16% physical damage reduction, and you get 16% elemental damage reduction now. So that's huge, especially seeing that. I mean, the resistance that you got per endurance charge was only really helpful if you weren't already resist capped, right? And seeing that the game is balanced around being resist capped, you usually were resist capped. Tasty. All right. So we were done with the player increased item quantity, which this has also been outlined in the section of the announcement video that we just watched. In most cases, the quantity on unique items has been replaced with rarity at a somewhat higher value, but it's different. It's not like a single, like an easy formula or factor. But it seems to have been a decision made on the item's identity and what they want that identity to be. Corpses spawned by Desecrate and Corpse Walk skills have a 15% chance to match your Spectres rather than 15% chance on top of being added to the main pool of corpse varieties that can be picked from. The Spectral Corpses are now unusable for most purposes, can only be used by minion skills such as Ray Spectre or Bone Offering, so you can't detonate Spectre Corpses anymore. Which is useful because that means that in a Detonate Dead build, you're not going to be forced anymore to get some high life Spectres into the build and to actually, you know, add them to your Desecrate table and bring them into your maps and all that. So you're essentially a lot more free as to how you want to build your Detonate Dead spec. Number of Spectre varieties saved to your character that can be Desecrated is always 10. They also did nerf Desecrate Corpse level. And so they did nerf the DD as well, I guess. But yeah, most importantly, you can't bring Spectre Corpses anymore into DD. Itemized Corpses also spawn Spectral Corpses. Spectral Corpses can only spawn if you guys have the Race Spectre skill. Where that means itemized corpses cannot spawn corpses unless you have the Race Spectre skill. I hope these are an exception to that rule. And then Spectral Corpse has a visual effect applied to them and help them differentiate from other corpses. Yeah, they probably look like dead specters, I guess.
Give it to me!
Tatty with the raid. Welcome everyone tuning in, guys. How are you doing? We are just going through the patch notes as I didn't have any way to go through the patch notes. I didn't have time before. We're rereading the patch notes and contextualizing everything with the announcement. And yeah, if you have like a favorite patch note or like something you'd like to talk about, feel free to bring it up. I mean, try to not spoil me, but if you need to spoil me to do that, don't let it hold you back. We're currently at the player balance part. Is BLOS totem back? What does BLOS stand for? I have no idea. But yeah, I don't think so. But I don't know. Because I don't know what it is. Fuck, dude. Avocado So soft that it broke apart while trying to squeeze it into my mouth. Ball lightning or static. I don't know. I haven't seen that yet. How you deal with the mind goblins? What are mind goblins? Oh, wow. Can no longer gain rampage stacks. You have an active rampage kill streak, but no longer have any source of rampage. No way. No weapon swap rampage anymore.
How fucking stupid do you have to be? How fucking stupid.
Damn, dude. That's insane. Which balls? These balls, apparently. Cannot be stunned while performing the spell animation of Val Smite and cannot be stunned while performing Val Breach, okay? Can no longer be stunned while performing a Val skill before the contact point has been reached. That's also huge. I remember a lot of times being stunned out of my Val skill. Ward is instantly restored after 2 instead of 4 seconds is also huge. Dual wielding has been changed to grant more attack speed, a smaller value of more attack speed. Skills that use the basic melee strike animation have a more consistent swing speed rather than the first swing being slower than the second swing. Okay, this sounds like it would be really noticeable, especially early on when fighting Hillock and so on. Player minions no longer targetable by enemies while the player has the grace period buff. That sounds good. That sounds good. Yeah, this is huge. 4% elemental damage reduction per endurance charge. It's going to be massive. Especially like Hierophant getting like 4 permanent endurance charges is very happy about that. I'm assuming. Can we still glove swap for Rampage? Well, it depends on what you mean with glove swap. I mean, you can use different gloves to have Rampage, but you can't swap in the middle of your Rampage streak and continue to gain Rampage stacks. Because if you unequip the item that grants you the Rampage, you cannot get any Rampage stacks outside of Dancing Dervish, which, you know, is a special exception case, because when Dancing Dervish manifests, it leaves your hands, so you don't have the item equipped anymore technically. So this needs to be an exception, because you didn't swap away from the item, and you can't unequip it anyway, but yeah. You can still put on Rampage gloves in order to get Rampage, but if you take them off, you're not getting the Rampage stacks anymore, even if you manage to get a couple kills to start a Rampage kill streak. So this essentially like disables Sinvicta swapping. So Sinvicta's metal is now a completely useless item unless it's massively buffed. Because there's no use for it other than using it in your B set and swapping in order to gain the Rampage kill streak and then swapping back to your main weapon. You'll literally never use that axe anymore, which is kind of sad, honestly, if you think about it. They didn't need to kill that axe, but hey, maybe we'll find a rebalance in the unique item section, and maybe it is worth using, just for a different purpose now. So that would be cool. Divine Blessing support removed? Replaced with Rupture on Forbidden Shaco. Unhungry Loops replaced with Eternal Blessing. March of the Legion unaffected and Soul Source of the support. That's interesting, because wasn't that the one that people were using to get the free aura? Oh no, that was the Guardian's Blessing is the free aura for the marionettes, right? But people were using Divine Blessing all the time on Eldritch Battery builds. So that's no longer going to be a thing unless you use the boots. And the boots are having massive problems because they have like huge roll ranges. So, plus they take your boot slot, which you may not want to sacrifice for this. So that's kind of big. Then, like we discussed, a lot of skills lost their physical tag, specifically attack skills, which means they no longer get benefits that are applying to physical skills specifically. Not the end of the world, but something to pay attention to. Also, plus physical gems will not give them any plus levels anymore. Multi-strike and Awakened Multi-strike cannot support travel skills. And they cannot support retaliation skills. I love how they misspelled retailation. But yeah. That I needs to be behind the L rather than in front of it, but sure. I kind of like that because it was like cluttered to have every travel skill state that it can't be supported by multi-strike. And rather than that, now multi-strike and Awakened Multi-strike specifically say they can't support travel skills. Some attack skills that can be used ranged or melee have had their weapon requirements split between the base gem and the transfigured gem. So this is something I talked about with Pete yesterday, off stream. I was in a Discord channel for a quick couple of moments, and we were talking about how Pete said that he finds this atrocious because you can't use the base elemental hit gem anymore with ranged weapons. You now need a transfigured elemental hit gem in order to be able to use ranged weapons with elemental hit, or vice versa, use elemental hit with ranged weapons. And the reason why Pete said this was bad was because there's already Wild Strike if you want to use a skill like that. With melee, then you could use Wild Strike instead of elemental hit. And I disagree. First of all, Wild Strike is a different skill that uses the base damage from your weapon, whereas Elemental Hit adds its own base damage, which you're scaling around, so they're functionally different. And then on top of that, I don't think that it's a good argument to say, like, where there's skill A in the game that does this, so skill B is not allowed to do this either. That's like a really weird whataboutism argumentation. Yeah, so here, Frenzy is now per default with Boa Wand, and you need Frenzy of Onslaught if you want to do a melee weapon. Whereas Elemental Hit requires a melee weapon, but Elemental Hit of the Spectrum lets you use a Boa Wand. See, so the Frenzy skill gem did didn't get the same treatment, but does per default use Boa Wand. I like that. Because most people, let's be real, most people wouldn't use Frenzy with a melee weapon. Like, Frenzy was used sometimes in, like, Face Breaker Frenzy stacking builds, but that's ages ago. And I don't remember any other build that was using Frenzy melee. Puncture requires a bow. And then you need puncture of shanking to do dagger, claw, sword. Elemental arrows fired from prismatic blink or mirror arrow clones correctly use skill damage conversion. That means with other sources of non-skill conversion, such as Unholy Might, elemental arrows deal entirely 100% damage instead of 50% elemental and 50 chaos. Okay, I don't know how this worked previously. But they now have 100% conversion on the skill. So getting Unholy Might will not give them chaos damage anymore. Similar to that, they only deal damage of the chosen element. So this is like kind of a nerf. Absolution has effectiveness of added damage at level 1. That is lower, but that scales up to the old value at level 20. So it's a little bit of an absolution nerf. Not too much though. Just basically like flat added minion damage on absolution. Or in general flat added damage, because obviously this also applies to the damage that you yourself deal. But yeah, that's fair. Ancestral Cry no longer gives you bonus armor or melee range, but you get elemental resistances instead. So this is going to be really cool for leveling. Yeah, what up, J-Tiger? The note's looking good. The note's looking long. It's a lot of stuff. I mean, I knew that before, and other people have already gone over them in detail. But yeah, there's a lot of really cool, interesting changes in there. So far, I'd want to say my highlights are removed item quantity, which is going to be a bit of an adjustment, especially for the people who enjoyed playing quantity, but overall it makes the game a better game, I think. The fact that we get in tier 16 and higher maps, we get like way more new stuff, right? We get the Nameless Seer can be found in tier 16 maps. You can get the Wildwood again in tier 16 maps. You can get Sentinels in tier 16 maps. So that's really cool. A lot of scarabs have been changed, which I really like. Gain endurance charge every X seconds chest mod seems very juicy on Trickster. Yeah, absolutely. Or like any build that can get the endurance charge duration to longer than the X on the chest mod. Which, I mean, if you get a high enough tier chest mod, that's like every 6 seconds, right? So it shouldn't be that hard. Don't really need to be Trickster for that. Yeah, also a change I really like is no more Spectres for DD builds, because when you now desecrate Spectre corpses, they are spectral corpses, and you can no longer detonate them. Plus, the player spawned corpses are no longer affected by modifiers on maps. So rolling more monster life on maps does not make your DD damage better if you're exploding player spawned corpses, right? Or if you're exploding corpses that are left from the monsters that spawned in the map after you killed them, they will still have more life. But yeah, this sounds like it's a nerf for DD, and it probably is, but it also makes it so that in order to reach the maximum potential of DD, you're no longer required to do the Spectre bullshit. So that's huge. And now we were going through all of these skill gem changes that are listed here. So Absolution, a little bit lower effectiveness of added damage for both the normal gem and the transfigured gem. Ancestral Cry gives maximum elemental resist and all res, and count a maximum of 30 power. So it's like up to +3 max elemental resist. The base duration got nerfed quite a bit. And the bonus armor and melee range got taken away, obviously, but 10 secs for regular, 6 secs for unique mob, and 2 sec for pinnacle for the charge mod on a chest. 10 sec is the minimum for regular, really? I thought it was lower, but yeah. Still, the base duration for charges is 8 seconds, right? So should be easy to get that charge duration higher if you invest a little bit into charge duration. And you don't need to be trickster. You could just use the charge duration chest piece, right? Oh no, you can't, obviously, because that's unique, and you can't have the implicit mod then. Yeah, I don't know. On Trickster, it's free, yeah. Yeah, because we all know Ascendancy passes are not free. Don't cost you anything. You just get them for free. Don't need to invest your Ascendancy passive points. Totally free. Armageddon Brand, damage effectiveness, kind of the same nerf as Absolution. It's still the max at the highest gem level, but at lower levels it just doesn't get quite as much. Artillery Ballista, higher cost. I had +2 for my determination at helm, but used lower for trash mobs with a channel. Spectre or not makes it nicer. What? I'm not sure I get that. I'm sure it makes sense, but I'm just too brain dead right now. Yeah, it still does the same at the end game. What do you mean it's better at end game? It's the same at end game. How is it better? When? Right, you're right. Oh yeah, because it doesn't cap out at level 20, but you can actually get higher levels and still get higher effectiveness. 21, right. Good point. Yeah, what up, Snapchat? How are you doing? How are you doing? Okay, so Bane has higher chaos damage per second, quite a buff. Actually, significant buff there on Bane. Same for both Bane gems. Barrage actually got its mana cost nerfed, so it's actually cheaper now at all levels. Battle Mage's Cry no longer grants a buff boosting critical strike chance and allowing attacks to benefit from increased spell damage. The user and nearby allies instead gain a buff that boosts critical strike chance. The buff grants 0.5% of critical strike chance per 5 power and can count a maximum of 25 power. Well, the base duration of 2.5 seconds, so cut in half. I like that. No longer grants a buff with boosts critical strike chance. Instead, gain a buff that boosts critical strike chance. So basically what only fell away is increases to spell damage. But yeah. I don't know what it has to do with Battle Mage now. Why is it still called Battle Mage's Cry if it only gives you critical strike chance per power? That seems kind of weird and weak in comparison, but I don't know. Have I decided versus Trade League versus Private? No, not really. Probably, I mean, I'll ask Balor later on the podcast, and if Balor is going with his Private League, I'll join in for that for the first 2 weeks or so. And if Balor is going Trade, then I might also be doing Trade with everyone. It's just battle cry now, yeah. Berserk no longer provides more damage with attacks, more attack speed, more movement speed, or less damage taken. Just increases rage effect. And no longer increases the size of your character? Was it doing that? I don't remember that. But I also didn't use it, I think. Blade Flurry has no more added physical damage, but bigger effectiveness of added damage. And scaling mana cost, which is slightly higher than before. Same for Blade Flurry of Incision, but slightly different values. Blade Storm mana cost of 10 at gem level 1. Bigger effectiveness of base and added damage at all levels. Much higher though at endgame. 291 instead of 150. Blast Drain, lower mana cost at lower levels. Probably gonna mean Mana Forged Arrows is gonna be nerfed hard though. Blight base damage much better, which is nice. I think it's bad. It's still bad bait though, but I don't know. Bone Nova, 50% increased effectiveness. Bone Shatter, massive increase of cost. Lost the flat meter range to melee strike range, the plus 0.2 meters. Much bigger effectiveness of base and added damage, even at level 20. Bone Shatter of Karn, also much bigger. Complex Trauma. Up to 200 with values of 15% at level 20, unchanged, but previously didn't have a cap. Okay. Burning Arrow no longer has added fire damage to attacks against ignited enemies at all gem levels. I never liked that anyway, because that required you to attack, like you had to ignite them before in order to benefit from the added fire damage to attacks against ignited enemies, which means that like if you were just shooting single burning arrows to get ignites, you wouldn't ever benefit from the added fire damage. You only would benefit if you ignited and then attacked again. I didn't like that either. Scaling up to 420, great number. Higher gem mana cost at all levels though, base cost. Call to Arms has been renamed to Auto Exertion. Can support multiple war cries, but no longer causes war cries to share cooldowns, and you don't get the buffs anymore. Supported war cries do not grant buffs or charges to you or allies. So automating war cries means you only get the exertion now, but you don't get the war cry buffs like charges or life regen from Enduring Cry or whatever. So, yeah. Higher quality bonus also. Also cannot support retaliation skills. Wait, should they have been able to support retaliation skills? I thought retaliation skills aren't war cries. Huh? I'm not sure I get that line. It's too much out of context for me. Why should it need the line cannot support retaliation skills? Were retaliation skills ever something that you could consider supporting with auto exertion? It seems like such a redundant restriction. Because I would have never expected to use auto exertion on retaliation skills, because retaliation skills are not war cries. Huh? I don't get it. But anyway, I don't have to get it. Caustic Arrow of Poisons no longer has added chaos damage, higher effectiveness, Chain Hook, lower mana cost at lower levels, 2 rage on attack hit. That means if you hit multiple enemies at once, you get more rage. But that's in line with like being able to generate rage more easily and losing it quicker. Don't think Chain Hook is gonna be the new 6th skill. Although it did get better damage effectiveness as well, quite a bit. But I can't see playing Chain Hook. Hardest nerf melee skill, because previously free Berserk meant 19% less damage on permanent uptime. Well, that's interesting, but like, yeah, sucks for the 2 Chain Hook players that were there every league, I guess. Charge Dash, slightly higher mana cost, much better effectiveness. And maybe Charge Dash build, guys. Time for Charge Dashian. Cleave no longer added attack physical damage. Okay, Cobra Lash. Do we really need to read this all out? I feel like I want to just browse through it and read something if something is really noteworthy. But like, this is going to be like 10,000 pages of skill gem changes, and I won't remember any of the changes when I'm at the end of the list. So it's like kind of pointless to read through all of these, because it's just so much information that I can't keep any of it in my brain. Essence Drain buff, though. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, the thing is we also still have the gem information here, right? So we can just go for each individual gem that we are interested and curious about here and just see the differences specifically much better visualized than in the patch notes. So probably gonna skip the rest of this section for now. Although, what is Enduring Cry? No longer gives you life regen. You also don't get physical damage reduction anymore, guys. We get a percentage life regeneration per power. A lot of the spells have been nerfed early levels, kind of important to note, yeah. Well, not the Chaos Dot skills. And I mean, really going from like 220 added damage effectiveness at all levels to 190 at gem level 1, how much of a nerf is that realistically? It's like, what, 15%? But only for the added damage, not for the flat damage on the gem. So it's like overall maybe 5 to 10% weaker, depending on how much added damage you have. And then it scales up to its old effectiveness at level 20 anyway. So I don't know how much, like how noticeable that nerf is. But this is noticeable because we earlier were talking about how well, I mean, the endurance charges themselves still give you physical damage reduction, right? But you no longer get like conditional life resistance and physical damage reduction. And the life regen buff that you get from Enduring Cry is now based on your life. Rather than being a flat amount of life that you get, it's a percentage of your life per second, per 5 power. So you can get up to 10% of your life per second. Which sounds better, right? 25% of your life over 2.5 seconds, basically. At level 1. Well, I mean, people will have to do the math, but it's potentially better in like high life builds, I think. Quite a bit. Some skills got hit at early levels, like Sanguinate's 150 effective level 1s was 270 before. Yeah, but I also have never seen anyone use Exsanguinate from the moment that they got the level 1 gem. But yeah. Flame Dash, Firestorm, everything nerfed by quite a bit. Flesh and Stone no longer causes nearby enemies to be blinded or causes you to take less damage from attacks from enemies that aren't nearby while in sand stance. No longer causes nearby enemies to be maimed and no longer causes enemy maimed by the skill to take increased physical damage. Nearby enemies take up to 10% more physical damage from hit while in blood stance and take up to 10% less damage from nearby enemies while in sand stance. Strongest on enemies closest to you and scale down to no effect on the edge of the aura. And increased AoE doesn't increase the range in which the strongest effect takes place. We've seen that elsewhere in the patch notes, but increased AoE only increases the range between the maximum effect circle and the circle where you don't get any effect at all anymore. What was that? Why did I have a random pop-up in the middle of my screen? That then disappeared again. Have a good one, Lizard. See you later for the podcast. So Flesh and Stone's gonna be really, really good for melee now. I'm gonna quickly get a toothpick. I'll be right back, just around the corner. Oh, I found one here. I always have toothpicks lying around. Great. So I have certain spots in my teeth where I always get stuff stuck. Yeah, so basically like a huge rebalance of effectiveness of added damage and flat added damage on gems. I don't want to go over all the details here, but a lot of stuff here. Oh, we're gonna scroll through this. and only look at the changes of the values in the gem overview. But I'd much rather just look at the things that have interesting changes here. Glacial Hammer, this is a buff. I like the meme, but this is really a buff. Maybe we play Glacial Hammer League Starter, eh? Rage is amazing, even as a support if you can't get it from the tree. Yeah, probably. Rage looks pretty good. Grace now provides flat additional at gem level 1. They don't mention here that it doesn't any longer have the increased, right? But didn't they change it, Grace and Determination, so they no longer give you increased but only flat or something like that? Or more? I don't remember. But there was something like that, right? But yeah, much less evasion rating flat. Looks like only like about 3/5. So only like 60% of what it had before. At level 20 at least. Was Determination up here? Probably where D is, right? D like Determination. Yeah, same essentially. Although no, this is like 50% less. It's not like only 40% less, this is 50% less. So Determination nerf is a lot stronger than the Grace nerf. Which is fair, because Determination was used a fair bit more than Grace. Right? Defiance banner... area of effect and more aura effect per valor consumed, scaling up to 10% level 20. Grants 8% increased movement speed, 8% chance to suppress spell damage to you and allies. Also grants -5 damage taken from suppressed hits to you and allies, scaling up to -12 at gem level 20. Yeah, I'm not sure where I stand on banners. I have to check them. Death Aura, definitely huge buff here, I see. Like 1,000 base damage per second, previously 758. So Death Aura is definitely back on the menu. Maybe not as a new, like as a league starter, but... yeah, sounds good, dude. And then we were here at Grace. Ground Slam Hatred no longer has more cold damage, but a bigger fizz is extra cold. So you're no longer running Hatred on cold spell builds, right? You're no longer running it on cold dot or anything that doesn't convert physical to cold. Or like that doesn't scale physical damage. Well, yeah, Chaotix, probably, but how am I supposed to contextualize if I haven't seen the contextual changes yet? Right? We're going through the patch notes from top to bottom, so I haven't seen anything yet that nerfs chaos dot skills, so I just know that they were pretty bad before, and just getting like 30% more doesn't really make them that much better. Because they've previously already been nerfed all the time when they tried to nerf poison. But yeah, I guess we'll see. Infernal Cry no longer covers enemies in ash. So instead you gain physical as extra fire per power. And Combust has a better effectiveness of damage. Much lower mana cost, huh? But yeah, no access to cover enemies in ass. So of course, sucky sucky. But it does still cause them to explode, no? Right? See, I feel like they could do a better job like contextualizing the stuff. Because they still have affected enemies explode when they die, which is what people were using it for. So this one hasn't been updated yet for 325. It says no longer covers enemy in ash in the version history, but then it still says cover enemies in ash in the skill description. Intimidating Cry no longer lowers enemy physical damage reduction, but I guess it still intimidates, so it's good for that. It gains a buff that grants move speed per power. What does that have to do with intimidate? Wait, intimidating Cry makes you faster. That's so stupid thematically. IMO. I mean, it's don't get me wrong, it's like really helpful for melee, right? And for attackers in general to be moving faster. It just like doesn't seem to be like a good change. Or like a not like a thematically fitting change. They could have changed the name, but I guess it still does get the intimidate. But then again, that's just me not knowing the thoughts behind them changing it, right? Okay, so a lot of attack skills lost added physical damage flat from the gem, which makes weapon damage more valuable when using the skill, I guess. It makes weapon upgrades feel more impactful. Now, even for a lightning arrow, for example, it doesn't get flat added damage anymore. So, bigger effectiveness. Yeah, just lowers the significance of having a leveled gem and increases the significance of having a good weapon to use with those skills. Namahu's Flame has a higher effectiveness of base and added damage. That's quite a buff. Maybe it's actually usable now. Orb of Storm's quite the nerf. Well, not that it was used anymore, but early on lost like a lot of effectiveness. Almost a third. More than 20%. Automation phase run gonna be real good this league if going pure fizz hit. How so? All right, because you get that buff, right? Yeah, never mind. I thought you were looking because we were just at the P, at the letter P. I thought you were looking ahead and you saw a phase run, and I was like trying to look, and I was like, I don't see it, man. Why? How? Puncture, purifying flame. Rain of arrows is more expensive. Raised specters of transients can no longer use spectral corpses. Okay. That's the one where you get like temporary specters that are much more stronger, right? Yeah, base duration of 30 seconds. Don't travel between areas. So this one is actually really cool. But you have to... well, it's only max level 70 as well. But you have to use monsters from your map. Rallying Cry. Added attack damage equal to 3% of the damage of your main hand weapon per power. Maximum of 30 power. So that means 6 times that. Previously up to a maximum of 20%, and now it's a maximum of 18%, I guess. And also lower base duration. They lowered the duration on a lot of these cries. Which makes the timing more crucial, to hit the timing with the cries. But then also there could be more Warcry increased duration on the tree now. We haven't seen that yet. Scourge Arrow. Seismic Cry no longer grants a buff, which makes it easier for you to stun enemies. User and nearby allies gain a buff that increases their armor and stun threshold. Buff grants more armor per power and increased stun threshold per power. Up to a maximum of 25%. Wait. Yeah, 5 times 5, 25%, and 5 times 15, 75% increased stun threshold. Okay. Exerted attacks have more AoE, much bigger. Which was previously 30% increased, but then 30% increased AoE per previous attack exerted. But now it's straight up more, which means it doesn't scale additively with other increased AoE stats, but it's actually massive. 50% more AoE sounds really good. Now exerts the next 6 melee slam attacks you perform. Previously 4. So you also don't have to use it as often. You Seismic Cry and you can use 6 melee slams, and they are, all of them have the same bigger AoE. Like they don't increase in AoE. Seismic Trap of Swells, lower effectiveness at lower levels. Now we're gonna fly over the rest of this and only highlight if there's anything like really meaningful. I guess Spectral Shield Throw gains some flat damage. And some better scaling for armor or evasion on shields. Spectral Shield Throw of Shattering is a little bit lower cost. Has cold damage now. Flat cold damage, that is bigger. I guess it always had cold damage. But yeah, also buffed here in terms of scaling and flat values. What about Molten Strike? Yeah, much bigger effectiveness. Yeah, I don't know. Which one is that again? Oh, only two-handed, right? Every fifth attack, 5 additional projectiles. Every fifth attack, 800% more damage. Hmm. Yeah, that's crazy. Yeah, I can't really say much about that. Have to check it. In POB or in game. Yeah, but it's not that big to add projectiles if you already get +5 projectiles every fifth attack. Alright? You already have 3 projectiles and you get every fifth attack 5 additional projectiles. If you add projectiles, like each additional projectiles adds just 1/8. Right? Whereas with any other skill, you get way more out of additional projectiles. Yeah, all corpse spawning skills have been nerfed much in the level of corpses. So I guess you do less corpse scaling and more like damage scaling in DD and other corpse builds now. Viper Strike lost the flat added chaos and has much bigger effectiveness. Volcanic Fissure of Snaking. A lot of people have named this as like a super backup skill. When their unique snowflake idea doesn't work out, they can retreat to Volcanic Fissure. Vulnerability quality provides attack hits against cursed enemies to have chance to aggravate bleeding. That's actually kind of cool. War Banner is no longer a reservation skill. Yeah, none of its previous stats, so this is completely changed. 5% more AoE and more aura effect per value consumed. Wait, that is also the same as Dread Banner, right? Didn't Dread Banner also have AoE and more aura effect? Defiance Banner definitely has that. And Dread Banner also has that. So they all have that more AoE and more aura effect. But that only applies to itself, right? Like it gets a bigger AoE and more aura effect for its own aura effect. It's not like generally providing more area of effect and more aura effect as a stat for everyone. That's weird phrased. Because it says provides, right? Which sounds almost the same as grants. They could have like phrased that better, I think. Warlord's Mark doesn't get rage regeneration over time anymore, but it just gets flat rage gain when stunning enemies that are cursed. Wave of Conviction loses a third of its damage effectiveness at level 1. Crazy. Wild Strike slightly more expensive. Cool. And then we have a whole lot of Val skills getting buffed. I'm just also going to skip over that because these are just numerical changes that I, really can't contextualize without knowing other changes. Like it was said earlier that the buffs to chaos skills like Val Blight and Regular Blight and Death's Oath and all that are not really buffs because they're just making up for nerfs in other places, and I just, I don't know the other places, so we're just going to continue. So then we got a whole lot of support gem balance changes where Chance to Bleed can now be used for minions. It doesn't have flat added damage with weapons anymore, but just gives you more damage with bleeding. Already starting at level 1 and scaling up to a higher value at level 20 than it was previously. So basically 10% more damage at all levels. Or an additional 10% more damage, I should say. Because it went from 0 to 10 and from 19 to 29. Which is not strictly 10% more damage, because going from dealing 119% to 129% of your damage is not the same as gaining 10% more damage, but it's close enough. Decay also buffed. Earthbreaker is also buffed. Where it doesn't have the malice anymore. At level 1, and then at level 20, previously the malice went to 0, and instead of having 0 malice, it now has 19% more damage bonus. But then obviously it's granted by the Dawnstrider unique boots, which means you have at maximum a 5 link, right? Because you got the boots providing the support, and then 4 sockets in the support, in the gem, in the item. Wow. 4 gem sockets in the item that are all supported by the support gem granted by the boots themselves, so it's functionally a 5 link. So yeah, obviously it needed to be buffed also in order to get the same power level as a 6 link was previously. Fist of War no longer has ancestrally boosted slams deal more damage with ailments. Increased duration has been renamed to more duration. I think it's more duration instead of increased, making increased skill effect duration nodes on the tree scale multiplicatively with the support gem, which means they don't exclude each other as much anymore. You're going to use both all the time if you care about duration. Get a duration cluster and then scale how good that duration cluster is with the duration support. Infused Channeling no longer has the duration tag and is now an int dex support gem. It requires dex as well. No longer has infusion last 6 seconds after you finish channeling. Gain infusion after channeling a supported skill for 1 second, or infusion grants 10% more damage of types matching supported skill gems tags. It now has, while channeling a supported skill, take 8% less damage from hits. Supported skills now deal 20% more damage at gem level 1, scaling up to 29% at level 20. So that's cool, because I previously didn't like that you only got the damage reduction for the gem tag of the supported skill. Which also was unfair because some gems have 2 tags, right? I think. Or multiple tags. But now you just get generally 8% less damage from hits. Oh, not bad. Less mana cost instead of reduced by inspiration. Urgent Order is more expensive, but no more cooldown malice. Oh, I like that. Shockwave also much better effectiveness. Prismatic Burst, big nerf, dude. 100% effectiveness of added damage at level 1 only, instead of 280% at all levels. I kind of did like Prismatic Burst before, but now it's probably not usable anymore while leveling, right? If it loses that much. So, Ascendancy changes. Berserker Crave the Slaughter no longer grants max rage or rage generation. But it now makes every rage grant increased attack speed, and inherent rage loss starts 2% later, 2 seconds later. Small passive prior gives 1 rage on melee hit instead of providing 6% attack speed. Okay, that's pretty good. Rite of Ruin no longer provides inherent effects from rage are tripled or cannot be stunned, and instead provides 50% increased rage effect. Also rage gain on melee hit on the small passive instead of just providing attack speed. Warcries exert twice as many attacks on Warbringer instead of the other stats that we had previously. So quite a significant Berserker change. And small nerf on the attack speed, going from 6 to 5%. But that's fair because you get plus 1% attack speed per rage if you got Crave the Slaughter. So you'll still get 20% increased attack speed in total at full rage. So losing 2 times 6%, which you are made up for because you get rage generation instead, right? And then, I don't know, are there 8 nodes where you lose 1%? Because then you lose exactly the 20% that you gain here, and then it's not that bad. It's like a small shift. Chieftain no longer has Toa for strength. What was that? Which one was that? Oh, that was the trigger skill. I think that wasn't that great anyway. Arongui has been replaced with the new Sion Sun's Roar Ascendancy. Provides Warcries have infinite power. So that basically works like the shield now? Is that how that works? Because previously it didn't, right? All right, that was the totem one, right? So of course that needed to be removed. Unrelenting no longer provides chaos resist per endurance charge or reduced elemental damage while at max endurance charges. Yeah, because now we get elemental damage reduction per endurance charge anyway. And you get 1% additional elemental damage reduction per endurance charge going from 4 to 5. That's quite a bit of elemental damage reduction on a full endurance charge stacking build. Unbreakable no longer provides armor applying to fire, cold, and lightning damage taken from hits. Has 15% of armor applying to chaos damage taken from hits. I think that's a nerf. Because you don't really take chaos damage from hits that often. A lot of chaos damage is damage over time or poison or stuff like that. And for that, this wouldn't apply. Like, don't get me wrong, this is great for like when monsters have physical as extra chaos, because then generally you have a smaller amount of chaos damage to mitigate than physical, and 15% of your armor applied to that portion of the hit, so that's great. And the attack speed has also been nerfed on Juggernaut on the small ascendancy passive. That was only the one leading up to the attack speed though, right? There wasn't multiple ones of that. Champion Unstoppable Hero swap position to Fortitude. No longer grants attack speed while fortified, armor and evasion while fortified, or cannot be stunned. Instead, it now provides nearby allies count as having fortification equal to yours. Okay, so that's like a full-on support node for Champion. Or summoners, right? Allies could also be minions, right? So that is actually cool if you want to make a minion build with Champion and you want to make sure that the minions are survivable. Fortitude got nerfed to 15 fortification, which was previously 20. So you don't have full fortification anymore from Champion. Which, yeah, that's fair. Because I always thought it was stupid that you get like maximum fortification effect for free. But you can still get fortification from like using Fortify on a support gem, right? You just have like a baseline of 15 now, but you can still get up to 20 if you were attacking with a Fortify supported skill. It wasn't maximum, it was maximum for a long time. But it's fair to change it. 15 is fair enough. When you know what I mean, the natural maximum. Sure, there are other ways that you could exceed 20 with. But 20 is the default maximum if you're using Fortify support. Which I always found it stupid that Champion gets that without putting in any work, but just investing into that skill, which made it probably the single best ascendancy skill in the game. Because it's so unconditional and such a big bonus. Or the most universal one, at least. Banner skills, no reservation. When you leave your banner's area, recover 30% of the valor consumed for that banner. I don't think I like that too much. 30% means that basically takes 9 seconds off of like the 25 seconds that you require to go from 0 to maximum valor. Which is fine, I guess. I just don't see why I would invest into that. But maybe I'm just undervaluing banners. So Gladiator has been completely, they say rebalanced, but it's redesigned, I would say. Like rebalanced, I don't know whether that applies because they really changed a lot of stuff. The War of Attrition causes you to deal 1% more damage with hits and ailments to rare and unique enemies for each second they've been in your presence, up to a maximum of 100. Small passive Prior provides 10% increased attack damage at 5% attack speed. What was it previously? Was it like 20% more or something like that? Okay, we don't have any history on this. I guess it had a different name before. But, yeah, it wasn't that. Well, that's not playing Gladiator, is it, ZB? If you're playing Slayer, you're technically not playing Gladiator. Violent retardation. Wasn't the... Is it more damage with hits and ailments against unique enemies on Bane of Legends? So it was 20%. And now Gladiator, but it's Gladiator and not Slayer, right? So that's in it for the long game. I guess 1% more damage with hits and ailments, up to a maximum of 100%. So if you're there for 100 seconds, so like Uber bosses or stuff like that, it's definitely going to be a very significant buff. But as much as you're looking to like insta-burst bosses and stuff like that, it's not really doing anything. But I guess this allows you to go into a boss with like half the damage that you should have, and as long as you last 100 seconds, then you have the damage that you should have. But you don't need to invest that much into getting to that damage, because you get all of it from just one Ascendancy passive skill and waiting for 100 seconds. And this one we already talked about when we were looking at the skills. The Ascendancy passive skills. I think this one's really neat because it opens up a lot of different shields to be used with Gladiator. Lucky Block is great because specifically with Block, you cannot get to a high value of block or like even guaranteed block easily. I don't know. It might still be possible to go to 100% attack block. Certainly not for spell block. But yeah, Lucky is obviously way better, especially if you're sitting at like the natural cap of 75%. Being Lucky is huge. Right? Because in the 25% of times that you don't roll block, you still have a 75% chance to roll it again. So that's like, what? 5.25 multiplied by... So it's like 20.75 additional. So you go to like 95.75. 96 rounded, I guess. So that's pretty huge. No, 96 is if you're 75. I don't know how... Why are you saying this is if you're like 65 max block? Huh? Oh, you're talking about the best way to play Gladiator being Backslayer and Forbidden Jewel, the lucky block. Or what? Well, anyway, it's still really good. More than skill ascendancy passive skill causes you a chance to block attack damage if you're lucky. Okay, wait, we looked at that. Yeah. Measured retaliation provides retaliation can be used for an additional 2 seconds. And 50% chance for retaliation skills to remain usable after use. So for them to not go on cooldown. So you do have to play Gladiator to do retaliation skills well, I assume. Grad 2 gratuitous violence. Causes enemies you kill to explode. Well, that's the same as before, right? Oh, it doubled. It's instead of 10% max life is physical, it's 20% now. That's huge, actually. Twice the explosion damage on Gladiator Bleed Explode. Jagged Technique causes bleeding to be aggravated. Jagged Technique causes bleeding you inflict to be aggravated, requires gratuitous violence. So gratuitous violence is also like a 1-pointer now. We don't need any additional investment to get it. You can get that in the first lab, the bleed explosions. That's kind of huge, actually. Like, get a normal lab, get bleed explosions. That's actually too early for it to be worth it. You'd still only get it in Cruel Lab, but like, you don't need to invest. You're not locked into getting a certain Ascendancy passive before you get this in Cruel or Merciless. Weapon Mastery gives you a variety of bonuses based on which weapon you wield, which is a huge buff to Varanastra, because Varanastra counts as all these weapon types, so you get all these bonuses. But important to note is, like, all of these are also more, right? With the exception of the Leech instant while wielding a claw. They're all more damage, or more AoE, or more crit chance, or more accuracy, which is super huge. Does that also mean... But you can't dual wield different weapons anymore, right? You can't have like a dagger and a scepter. Or can you? I don't remember. Or you can, but you can't use attacks that are restricted to one of the both. You can't use attacks that use only one of your two weapons if they're supposed to use both. That's what I mean. Right, fair. So then Deadeye, Rupturing replaced with Avidity, which grants you the Frenzy Charge stuff. Gathering Wind's Tailwind effect per Gale Force has been nerfed. The less damage taken per Gale Force has been buffed. And you no longer get Far Shot on the Far Shot Ascendancy passive, but it gets projectiles gain damage as they travel farther, which means that I guess you can stack it with Far Shot now. If there's a source of Far Shot in the tree. But this is Long Shot. Okay, this is not Far Shot. Well, I guess you don't have any access to Far Shot in the tree. Is there any unique that gives access to Far Shot? Far Shot is up to 60%. So yeah, you can still get Bell Timber Blade, you can get Lionized Glare, the Fledgling. Okay. Yeah, so Far Shot does not give you Far Shot anymore. Is it still called Far Shot? That's weird. It's weird that it says it's called Farshot and then it doesn't give you Farshot. They should have changed the name to Fartshot or something like that. Because Farshot is still in the game, so it's weird if you pick Farshot and then you don't get Farshot. But you actually can still get Farshot from other things that are not called Farshot. Which, yeah. Classic GGG. But yeah, I mean, that's a big buff to Lionized Glare on Deadeye, I guess. Because you have Farshot and Farshot, and they stack now. One of them granting you Farshot, the other one actually not granting you Farshot. But they're both called Farshot, and they functionally work similar. And yeah, no, it's not Grellwood Shank, but it's Belltimber Blade, but still. Interesting, at the very least. So, Warden has replaced the Raider. Below are the Ascendancy passive skills available for this Ascendancy. Yeah, we did look at all of that, so we're gonna generously skip over Warden because we've already looked at it. And then Ascendant just got changes based on the Ascendancy classes that have been changed, right? So you get Warcry buff effect on the Chieftain instead of Totem Taunt. The Totem Taunt was really good. I don't know about that. 20% increased Warcry buff effect seems very insignificant compared to Totem buff, Totem Taunt. Rage loss starts 1 second later seems fine, I guess. Especially seeing that Rage Generation is a much more available stat now that you can possibly easily pick on the tree. So, yeah, starting 1 second later is probably harder to get, so that's fair. So, for the Deadeye Ascendancy passive, you gain a Frenzy charge every 3 seconds while moving. So that's really good for, like, Cyclone builds and stuff like that. It brought back Totem Taunt as a mastery, but only 1 second. Okay, I didn't see that yet. The Gladiator Ascendancy passive no longer provides hits, ignore enemy monster physical damage reduction if you've blocked in the past 20 seconds. Plus 5% to maximum chance to block attack damage, 20% more physical damage over time. Blah, 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 blah. It provides 25% chance to aggravate bleeding on targets you hit with attacks. Gain 50% base chance to block from equipped shield instead of the shield's value. Wait, what? All of them? Wait, what? You get 25% chance to aggravate bleeding, 50 base chance to block from equipped shield instead of the shield's value, and the bonuses from dual wielding are doubled, which you only get either the shield or the dual wielding, obviously. And then you get 1% more damage with hits and ailments to rare and unique enemies for every 2 seconds that they've ever been in your presence, up to a maximum of 50%. That's like huge! That's so much better than 20% increased Warcry buff effect. That's insane. That's so unfair. Or is that just me? Okay, wait. You still get the chance to cover in Ash, unaffected by Ignite, increased strength. It's just one line that's replaced. And so for Gladiator, all of the lines get replaced, and that's why it's so much more. Okay, that's fair. Yeah, I feel like they would have done well if they just listed, like, everything that the Ascendancy passive skill grants now. As, like, here, it just they just say it no longer grants this one line, but they don't contextualize and say that the other 3 lines are unchanged, right? So, but yeah, still Slayer is insanely good, right? Like, 50% more damage against rare and unique enemies with hits and ailments after they've been in your presence for 100 seconds is huge. The 50 base chance to block and the 25% chance to aggravate bleeding are all pretty good. And so the mini raider doesn't exist anymore, obviously, and you get a mini warden. And then you get attack damage to penetrate and additional tincture. No more onslaught phasing, frenzy charge, or movement speed. What was that? Oh, you still get the suppress. No movement speed, no onslaught, no phasing, no frenzy charge, but you still get the suppress from Warden. A mini Warden, right? Yeah. You get 8% penetration and you can get an additional tincture. Okay, so not only Warden can get 2 tinctures, but also also Ascendant with mini Warden. Okay, sounds good. There are more notables on the passive skill tree than there are oil combinations to anoint them all. Notable passive skills that provided 30 to an attribute can no longer be anointed. Rest in peace, anoint beef. That's a sad day, guys. Late to the party, but just woke up. Apparently there's some new POB feature that's paid advertising. Something mods told me people think I'm paying. Oh, that's fair. Valpact no longer provides any of the current stats, provides life leech from melee damage as instant, and cannot recover life other than from leech. Which this is actually huge because that means that you can still get damage over time leech from non-melee damage. So if you're playing with, say, explosions and you can leech off of the explosion damage, then you still get damage over time leech from that. And if you're a Slayer, then you can get that your life leech doesn't end when you're at full life. So you can get like a nice permanent life recovery going on top of having instant leech, which is pretty good. What's this good for? 5 additional impales on enemies you impale for 5 seconds after you impale enemies. They cannot be impaled again. Impales cannot be called from them. So this is like for 2 hitting enemies, right? So you hit them and you get 5 additional impales. So you get to max impales, and then for 5 seconds you cannot impale them again, right? So you kind of work off the impales, but you get additional damage for since the first hit. Get maximum impale damage. Not even from flasks? Sure, sounds like it. Flasks is life recovery. But then again, you know, most people who were running Valpact were also doing it in order to give up life flasks and to use all utility flasks, so it doesn't sound to me like it's a big loss. Versatile combatant has swapped position with iron reflexes. Warlord's Call is once again known as Call to Arms. No longer exert attacks or war cries grant the buff to nearby allies, but now provides more war cry duration, and war cries do not grant buffs or charges to you. Well, the buffs are granted to nearby allies per default now, right? What's the spot for Call to Arms now? More war cry duration. So for really slow attacking builds, which can't get all the exerted attacks out during the default duration, and builds that were automating war cries anyway and not granting buffs or charges from the war cries, because everything on automate does not do that anyway, right? So like basically auto exert builds take that keystone. I guess that's fair. Can I not spell? Oh. So versatile combatant. Chance to block spell damage for each overcap, chance to block attack damage. Alright. Oh, that's why you were saying earlier, like going from 65% max block, because you can have that. Right. And still with lucky block get a significantly above 80% effective block chance. Excuses. Yeah, sounds good, dude. So perfect agony, basically a huge buff. But it makes it so that your critical strike multiplier replaces your damage over time multiplier for ailments. So any like damage over time multiplier stats that you get don't factor in anymore, because it's exactly equal to your crit strike multiplier of a given hit. The hit doesn't deal extra damage, and non-crits can no longer inflict ailments. So for certain ailment builds where you can only apply one ailment at a time, like bleed or ignite, where only like the highest damage over time applies, or that only the damage over time from the highest value applies, this will be pretty good even if you're not at crit cap. But for everything else, you want to be at 100% crit chance. Like for poison, mostly. But for ignite and bleed, I suppose this is fine if you have a reasonable above 50% chance to crit and stack a large amount of crit multi. And there's a bunch of bleeding masteries. For aggravate bleeding, we got or a bunch of bleeding points. Like we got one passive mastery for 25% chance to aggravate bleeding on targets you hit with any exerted attack. The mountain cluster southwest of Marauder's starting location provides chance to block attack damage while dual wielding or holding a shield, and +3 max chance. As the Thunder provides increased Warcry duration and Warcry buff effect, right? Brutal Skewering makes an impales lasts an additional hit. Cornered Prey provides crit multi against bleeding enemies and crit chance against bleeding enemies. So this is great synergy with Perfect Agony, right? Because they're already bleeding, you're getting 30% dot multi and 80% increased crit chance. So yeah, that's great. Catmaster cluster, Feline Swiftness. 10% chance to block attack damage while dual wielding and 8% increased movement speed while dual wielding. So this is a dual wield build. Then we get Leader of the Pack, providing increased area of effect of aura skills and increased reservation efficiency of skills. This is the new reservation efficiency cluster in the bottom of the tree that we heard about. Master of Wounds provides damage over time multiplier for bleeding and reduced bleed duration on you. That's interesting. But obviously this is not for Perfect Agony. Then +2 all max resistance at nomadic teachings northwest of the Marauder starting location. Roaring Challenge, increased total power counted by war cries. Savage Scurrying, increased Appale effect. Spirit of War, damage leached as mana and reduced at mana cost of attacks. So this is one of the clusters that have been teased as, you know, we get new clusters to deal with mana costs of attacks. Thrill of the Battle, 2 mana per hit with attacks, 15% reduced mana cost of attacks. That sounds really good, dude. 2 mana on hit. Where is that? Thrill of the Battle. Is that here? No, wait. Oh, it's Thrill Killer. Thrill of the Battle is here, above the bow cluster, Master Fletcher, King of the Hill. And it's only a 2-pointer to get the notable as well. Like, you don't need both of the small points leading up to it, but you only need one. For a total of 23% reduced mana cost of attacks, which is reducing it by 1 already if you only have 5 mana cost, which is huge. And 2 mana on hit per attack is also huge, because you can hit multiple enemies with the same attack, and one attack will cost you like 5 to 10 mana, I guess, early on-ish, depending on support setups and all that. And then you can easily hit 5 enemies with that and get 10 mana back per attack, right? Or like easily even hit 5 times. You don't even need 5 different enemies. But if you're playing something like Molten Strike with additional projectiles, and you're meleeing a large enemy like Brutus, and all of the projectiles hit, you're getting a lot of mana back. That said, though, when you're killing Brutus, you won't be having this, because that's quite some points away from the start. But just as an example. Yeah, I really like those mana things. Wall of Steel is a new cluster providing flat attack block chance while dual wielding and holding a shield and armor if you've blocked recently. So this is obviously really good early because it's flat armor. But 300 armor is not that much, I think. Seeing that like new chest pieces and other bases will have huge armor values. Wicked Blade is a new cluster that provides increased damage with bleeding and bleed duration. We got Wild Hunger to the southeast of the Rangers location. Okay. Attack passive mastery causes nearby enemies to be intimidated. Has been replaced. That causes attack skills to cost life instead of 20% of mana cost. That's nice. Like a partial cost conversion to life to make it easier to sustain mana. Plus life gain on hit and life recovery on hit in general is much easier to get than mana gain on hit. And bleeding passive masteries are changed to aggravate. Although these two specifically are not that great, because attack hits to aggravate any bleeding on targets which is older than 4 seconds only aggravates the bleeding which is older than 4 seconds, so can never aggravate all the bleeds on a target, because, you know, if the attack hit with which you aggravate the bleedings also applies a bleed, that bleed itself will not be aggravated. And yeah, and stun with attack hits to aggravate bleeding, and then even if you stun on every hit, you only get a 50% chance for the stun to aggravate. I don't like this one. Yeah, I don't know though. I do like that the old mastery of bleeding deals increased damage on poison enemies is gone, because that was also a little bit weird, where you like needed to enable poison in order to get a damage increase with bleeding. Dual wielding passive mastery grants chance to block spell damage. I don't even remember that passive mastery, so must have never used it. From hits taken as chaos damage, armor and energy shield passive mastery has been replaced with reduced extra damage taken from critical strikes. That's fair. Reduced effect of curses on you for the armor applies to chaos damage taken. And this is probably, you know, along the lines of making it harder to gain damage taken as chaos and to mitigate that chaos. Life mastery that provided plus 50 now only provides plus 30. Okay, that's a huge deserved nerf. Skills cost 30% of mana cost as life instead, now has been halved to 15%. That also makes the new one a lot better. The one that only causes attack skills to cost life instead of 20% of mana cost. That one will be combined a lot with the life mastery, I would say, for a total of 35%. The physical passive mastery that provided a chance for hits to ignore enemy physical damage reduction has been increased from 40 to 50. Okay, fair. %20 overwhelm for impale causes damagers impaled to ignore physical damage reduction. That's a huge impale buff. This is like core on every impale build now. Impale ignoring enemy physical damage reduction. That's crazy. Minion offense passive mastery that provided a chance to overwhelm now provides 50% chance to completely ignore his damage reduction. That's also big. Totems taunt enemies around them for 1 second when summoned is added back as a totem mastery option, as we discussed earlier. That was already teased in chat. 10% chance to aggravate bleeding on targets you hit with attacks. That's great because it's like generic. There's no condition other than just hitting with attacks. And if you do have a build that does hit a lot, you're probably not playing a bleed build, but who knows? This is definitely usable. And also in the similar vein as the, you know, no longer having to enable bleed in order to get a buff to your poison in order to get a buff to your bleed. You no longer need to enable bleed in order to get increased attack damage against the enemies for your hit-based build, so that's fair. Measured Fury relocated. I don't even remember what Measured Fury did. They could have provided that. That would have been nice. Oh, it's the War Cries exert 1 additional attack. Okay, so that's here now. Cannibalistic Rite now causes attack skills to cost life instead of 10% of mana cost and provides 15% reduced mana cost. Okay, yeah, that was the damage with skills that cost life. So this was really good early on for Exang Grenade and stuff. And if you're really using life tap. And now it's a mana passive mastery rather than a life passive mastery. Which means it's also harder to get the number of life masteries that you need in order to get the big more multiplier in the life masteries. Right. 1 max res instead of 12 or elemental res while holding a shield. And slightly higher value on chance to block while you're holding a shield. Both providing only +3 elemental resistances while holding a shield, where previously it was 6. So a little bit less total elemental resistance while holding a shield on Sanctuary, but getting +1 max elemental resistance, which is obviously huge, and a bit better block, which I'd say this is a buff. I mean, it's a shift, but it's also a buff because elemental resistances are easily available. I mean, previously it was great to get them here because it meant you could use more uniques or more rares without resists, but it shouldn't be a problem to cover the resists that you lost here, but you're getting other stats that are way harder to acquire than elemental resists. So Bastion Breaker gets a chance to ignore instead of overwhelm. Chance to ignore instead of overwhelm on Razor's Edge, on Martial Experience, on Master of Blades. So you can get like easily ignore elemental physical damage reduction to 100% chance, I would say. Merciless Skewering provides increased impale effect and increased impale effect. Wait, no, 15% increased impale effect instead of overwhelm and impale effect. But Impale has now built-in Overwhelm, right? Like all Impale damage does now ignore physical damage reduction from how I know, from what I remember. So that's great. Slaughter notable passive, 1 rage on hit with axes, previously +5 max rage. Not built in, but 1 mastery. Oh, it was 1 mastery, okay. Yeah, right, you're right. Impale passive mastery. Impale ignores enemy physical damage reduction. Yeah, it's almost built in because it's like a no-brainer to pick that one. When you're playing an Impale build, you're going to have that. So a whole bunch of other nodes being buffed. Bigger AoE on Bonebreaker. Slaughter getting rage on hit rather than max rage. Lust for Carnage, no longer increased recovery from life leech, but bigger leech value and bigger attack speed value. And then we get a bunch of bigger attack block on Testudo and Blade Barrier and stuff. Smaller max rage on Berserking. I'm gonna try and like fly over this real quick and see whether there's anything worth pointing out still. But yeah, this is also stuff that you then realize while specking the tree. It's not so much that if I read this, I will remember when I see on the tree, oh, martial experience. Oh, this is way better now because it ignores physical damage reduction with a chance of 30% for hits rather than having 12% overwhelm. No, I will forget all of this, right? But sounds good. But yeah, just generally better attack and spell block values on a lot of notables that already gave you block chances. Seems good. And then we're moving on to unique item changes, I suppose. Adorned has been nerfed to 0 to 100% increased effect of jewel socket passive skills containing corrupted magic jewels, which previously was 50 to 150%, so big nerf. Defiance of Destiny, also big nerf. Going from 25 to 35% gaining of missing unreserved life before being hit, up to from 10 to 20. So it's like essentially halved. Like the top end is less than a little bit more than half, and the bottom end is a little bit less than half. So it's like a bigger RNG factor, but essentially, like it's essentially half as powerful, but with a bigger range. So you can get more than half as powerful, you can get less than half as powerful, depending on RNG. But still seems like a very, very good amulet. Yeah, Eternal Damnation has maximum endurance, frenzy, and power charges as 0 instead of cannot gain them because of Ralakash's impatience, obviously. Because otherwise you'd just be using those boots and... Was it Ralakash's impatience? But the Ralakash boots. Calm's heart no longer has increased fire damage. But 1000 max life again, which is cool. Lethal Pride that added fizz damage taken as fire to notables gives 1 rage on melee hit. Lyco's shield is cold damage to retaliation skills instead of counterattacks. Martyr of Innocence no longer grants level 15 vengeance, but doesn't grant a retaliation skill instead. Night Grip unique gloves have only half added chaos damage based on ward. Alros Resolve is less ward during effect, but it's 85 instead of 70, which is big. So you only have 15% of your total ward rather than 30%. Won't surrender unique shield grants Crushing Fist though. What is Crushing Fist? It's absolutely terrible. Don't fall for the bait. It's a rectal skill. Okay. Cannot be used by default. Becomes usable for 2 seconds when you block a hit. Can't be evaded. Yeah, I don't know. It feels like only existing versions of the Surrender have Crushing Fist instead of Reckoning. But if you find the Surrender now, it will not have either. That's how it reads for me. But I don't know. The perfidy no longer allows 2 different banners at the same time. It's now has having a placed banner does not prevent you gaining valor. Okay, that's huge. So you can technically chain banners with this. You can put down a banner with max valor, and then you can gain valor again up to your maximum and like place a banner instantly with max valor again. Well, depending on how fast you can gain valor. I think if I recall correctly, you need like 25 seconds to get to maximum valor. So I guess your banner wouldn't last 25 seconds to get to maximum valor again, but ja. Hier, what's up, Katzenaktivitäten? Selber Biatch. Inspiry Edge no longer has Fist from hits taken as Chaos. Rigwalds. Übelst rude. Ja. I'm ashamed. Each rage grants plus 2% damage time multiplier for bleeding while wielding an axe. So at like 20 max rage, it's 40% dot multi for bleeding if you're wielding an axe. But this is a sword, so you need to dual wield this with an axe. I don't know. So you'd only get this for the big damage over time multiplier, but you'd inflict the big bleeds with your axe, obviously, because this probably has really bad damage. Yeah, and the Surrender has its level 30 Reckoning replaced with Crushing Fist, but only on existing versions. But if you drop a Surrender now, it doesn't have either, if I understand correctly. Then the Taming change we already went over in the FAQ or RAQ, where you get damage with hits and ailments for each time of elemental ailment rather than per individual ailment. But still really good. The Taste of Hate no longer has Fist taken as cold during effect, but has Fire and Lightning from hits taken as cold instead. Coming down hard on Fist taken as elemental. So I guess the intention is now people actually use armor against physical damage because you won't be able to get a meaningful amount of Fist taken as elemental anymore or chaos. Taste these nuts? Preferably not. Unless they're cashew nuts, because they are tasty. Let me quickly give you some brightness on the camera as the day is getting later. So you guys can still see my facial expressions in the full glory. Yeah, Faded also in 4 hours and 50 minutes. So I need to prepare for that in a bit and go offline, make dinner, and like come back like 2 hours beforehand. I don't think I can stream all the way through till Faded. I need a little bit of a break. Let me quickly check whether I got any incoming messages. Maybe like someone cancelled or so. That would be bad. Alright, that sounds very good. Okay, yeah, you did get some responses, but nothing in response to the current episode. The current episode is going through. You're gonna stand up for the upcoming Faded. You can sit down for the upcoming Faded. You mean you're gonna get up out of your bed? Or you want to give standing ovations? So Reckless Defense and Replica Reckless Defense give you bigger amount of block and spell block, which is great, I guess. In general, like a lot of values of block and spell block are higher than they were before. So that's cool. I guess that makes up for Gladiator rework and allows Gladiators to get like big amounts of block outside of the Ascendancies. Well, I mean, Gladiator still has the, you know, putting the base of the shield to 50, so that's great. So the rarity of the item is no longer relevant when applying quality items to non-unique items, quality currency. Instead, the amount of quality provided is based on the item level. Currencies apply 20% quality at very low level equipment, with this amount reducing as the item level increases. So this is going to be great, obviously, for using them on low level items. We don't know yet whether the occurrence rate of these items has been reduced. But if they're the same, then we're greatly incentivized to actually use them for their intended primary purpose of like putting them on items. Because previously, if you got a whetstone at low level, you would like keep it to vendor it for wisdom scrolls or for using it in a vendor recipe, right? Because it would be way too valuable to just put it on an item for the most part. Non-gem items that generate with random quality can generate up to 30% quality. That's huge. So you can get like 30% quality flasks on the ground now. Couldn't you get them before? But yeah, quality bonuses multiplicative is huge as well. Maximum random quality is 20% from tainted armor scraps and tainted blacksmith whetstones. Okay, I don't know why. This seems unnecessary. Well, I guess it makes it more valuable to have quality on an item that is higher than 20%, because after it's corrupted, you cannot get it to higher than 20% anymore, which does make sense. Tainted armor scraps and whetstones are rarer relative to other tainted currencies, which I guess also not necessary because they're also weaker. But yeah, I guess for them to retain their value in the economy or something like that. I wish they would have made the other tainted currencies more common, but they don't say either way. They just say they're rarer relative to the other currencies, so that could also mean you get more tainted currencies overall and just fewer of them are armor scraps and whetstones. Bestiary recipe to corrupt equipment to have 30 quality, corrupts the map to have 30% quality, so no longer 30 quality from Einhar. NPCs no longer have items that can be purchased with quality currency items and no longer sell glass blowers. Oh! No more saving whetstones for glass blowers? That's kind of big. That makes quality on flasks a lot more desirable. And glass blowers in general. But then also, like, not having, like, the highest armor base cost an armor scrap or the highest weapon base cost a whetstone. I like that. Like, if you buy from NPCs in town to get upgrades during leveling. Rewards from league content that granted 30% quality equip now grant 20% quality equip. Yeah, so overall, like, dialing back excessive quality amount occurrence quite a bit. So it's more desirable. And you see it less frequently. Honed Cleaver implicit doesn't grant max quality anymore, but instead chance to ignore enemy physical damage reduction, which at 50% is pretty big already. If you stack that with another 50%, you have guaranteed ignore. Apex Cleaver, slightly better phys damage, has guaranteed ignore, and no more max quality as well. Chisel Recipe accepts only gavels, so no more stone hammers and rock breakers. Okay, that's big. Corrupted and mirrored items able to be unveiled once again. That is as it should be. I found it extremely silly that you could have a veiled item that dropped corrupted or mirrored and then you couldn't unveil it, essentially having a line of stat on the item that was invisible and ineffective. Like, I'm not even sure about this, but should like stats on an item that are veiled, should they not have an effect? Well, I guess because they could have multiple things, but I don't know. I just feel like flavor-wise, like a veiled stat on an item should still have an effect, right? It's just veiled, so you don't know which effect it has. But seeing that like unveiling grants you an option to have one of multiple ones, it couldn't tell you which one it is right beforehand. So okay, so cluster jewel passes are listed here because they're technically not tree changes, but yeah. Essentially, like all the overwhelm nodes have been changed to ignore, which is cool, and like much higher chances to ignore enemy physical damage reduction. Unaffected by chill while channeling. Prefix life modifiers and body armor adjusted. Much higher tier. And the lowest tier that provided 10 to 29. Is that even the lowest one? No, it's not the lowest, right? But now 10 to 24. So Essence of Greed is also buffed, I suppose. It says adjusted accordingly, so we can't be sure. You probably won't be getting the max values of life with the highest Essence of Greed. Like naturally rolled chest pieces are going to have way more life, but still. Like I think maximum greed previously was 119, and now the maximum naturally was 129. Now the maximum naturally is 189. So I assume with greed you can get maybe 159, 169, but like not that tier for sure. It's going to be multiple tiers above the highest essence of greed, I think. Suffix provided burning damage, damage with bleeding, and chance to cause bleeding or increase damage with poison, and chance to poison on hit can no longer roll. Okay, that means less pressure on the suffixes because there's fewer options, so you could still get like attack speed more easily, for example, unless they adjusted the weightings. But it doesn't say so, so I would assume attack speed on a suffix is now more likely because burning damage and bleed and poison mods are no longer a thing. Perfect Fossil no longer improve quality, but grants more drop modifiers and no tagless modifiers. More drop modifiers, no tagless modifiers. What are drop modifiers? Like modifiers that you can only get by dropping them, or drop modifiers are item quantity? I guess item quantity, right? Yeah, I don't know. Incursion modifier that provided increased spell damage and gain a percentage of non-chaos as extra chaos be replaced with a modifier that triggers a socketed spell on using a skill with a 4-second cooldown. Spells triggered this way have more cost. Regular jewels can now roll suffix modifiers for max cold or fire resistance. That's huge. That is huge. Trigger a socketed spell on using a skill with a 4-second cooldown is now an incursion modifier that replaces non-chaos's extra chaos with increased spell damage hybrid mod. Is trigger still a veil mod? Spells triggered this way have way more cost. So this is a nice way to get trigger weapons now. Just running incursion. Many modifiers that granted Fizz taken as element or chaos can no longer roll, so no longer on incursion and delve modifiers, corruption modifiers, fire warband modifiers, and all Watcher's Eye modifiers. Okay, that's a big rip as well. Essence of Horror grants reduced extra damage from crits per endurance charge instead of Fizz from hits taken as cold. That's pretty good actually if you're endurance charge stacking. New set of modifiers for purity auras that can roll on Watcher's Eyes to replace the physical taken as elemental. New Eldritch implicit modifiers for body armors that grant physical damage taken as fire, cold, lightning, or chaos. Okay, so this competes with the Eldritch implicit modifiers that you would previously use on body armors. Gravish's signature Veiled modifier is Banner Aura effect instead of Fizz damage taken. Rip Gravish's. Corell's is Veiled mod is Warcry buff effect instead of physical damage taken. Added a series of Eldritch implicit glove modifiers that provide a chance to aggravate bleeding on targets you hit with attacks. Yeah, sounds good. Iron Flask lasts 4 instead of 5 seconds, and Ruthless it's 2.5. Values to chance for block attack damage and chance to block spell damage from Cluster Jewel notables and Timeless Jewel passives have been increased. Some changes to press spell damage has also increased. Yeah, this is in line with what we've seen in the tree. Like a lot of sources of block attack damage and block spell damage on the tree have also been increased by 30 to 50%. So Hunter-influenced weapon modifiers that provided Overwhelm now provide a larger chance for hits with the weapon to ignore enemy physical damage reduction. That's through the bench, both on weapon modifiers, on one-handed, two-handed, and belt modifiers, and glove modifiers as well. For Eater. Hey, what up, Kaleidoscope? This went live on YouTube. Wait for a YouTube sale? Oh, you mean like when there's a discounted YouTube offer? Yeah, I'm actually surprised this didn't stream on YouTube before, but I guess he negotiated Twitch exclusivity out of his contract, because he did have like a specific contract with Twitch, and since he's also on the Twitch council or whatever it's called, like he was on a special Twitch position where I think he was like not allowed to stream elsewhere, but yeah, he's streaming on Twitter. He also went live on Twitter for a test. So probably got that out of his contract. So yeah, a lot of Overwhelm mods replaced with Ignore enemy physical damage reduction at a higher value, which is great. Then Corruption implicit modifier that previously provided 2% Overwhelm provides 10 to 15% chance for hits to ignore enemy physical damage reduction, which is huge. A number of wands have a higher amount of attacks per second now, going from 1.2 to 1.4 and from 1.3 to 1.45 respectively. and from 1.35 to 1.45, and these from 1.4 to 1.5, and from 1.5 to 1.6. Much better base crit chance. And bigger base crit chance on the number of claws as well. Much bigger. Number of daggers. And the number of scepters. And the number of staves. Suffix modifiers on shield that provided a percentage chance to block can no longer roll. So instead, there's a series of prefix modifiers for shields that provide increased chance to block. Okay, that's a big nerf to shields. Well, I mean, it's a nerf and a buff, and it's hard to say whether it's a nerf or a buff. But you can't get life, 2 primary defense mods, and block on a shield anymore. Like, you can only get increased defense and life and block on the prefixes, and the new prefixes are full. Suffix modifiers that cause you to gain life when you block can no longer roll. This only applies to the flat one. So the percentage shaper version still exists, where you get like X% when you block, but you no longer can get flat life on block. That's interesting. Yo, what up, Realität? Welcome back. Yeah, I'm back in action. We're going to continue with the Faded podcast in 4.5 hours from now. So that sounds great. And I'm hyped to be talking to Balor once again and to be welcoming back Snoobay and for the first time Uncle Jay. So yeah, should be great. This is like, honestly, this I find dumb. I personally hold the opinion that staves should have other implicits than chance to block while wielding a staff, because this all means you cannot corrupt a staff with a different implicit mod without losing your staff block, which is stupid. Imagine you were corrupting a shield and all of a sudden the shield has 0% block when the implicit changes. I feel like the chance to block in a staff should be built into the base stats of the staff. It should not be an implicit. I don't know whether it's technically possible, but I find it extremely dumb that it is like this, because it puts staffs in a very, very weird position. Because not only do you always need staffs to have 6 sockets and be 6 linked, which already makes it harder for them to be successfully corrupted. But then on top of that, you cannot get implicit corruptions because then you lose your block chance. This is something I definitely want to bring up on the podcast, where I think this is dumb as fuck. But, you know, that's just from my perspective. Obviously, they had some thoughts when they think about this, but it's like, I'm trying to rephrase my takes away from being offensive or being disrespectful. So dumb as fuck is not qualified. I can say it's dumb as fuck in my opinion. But no, it's not dumb as fuck. It's just I personally would prefer to see these block chance stats to be baked into what a staff provides naturally, and to have other implicits on staffs so that you can corrupt them without losing the block. Yo, what up? 111316185070. What a name, dude. Okay, divination card changes. That's one way to look at it, but I just want to make a better constructive conversational tone, Joe. So, yeah. I can also decide that based on whatever I want, and I don't want to sound disrespectful anymore. It's not like an external pressure that forces me to change my vocalization. I'm just saying I don't think it's a constructive discourse tone. Okay, all of this is ruthless specific changes. We won't go over these. because they're separate. We will go over these when and if we play Ruthless in the future, but not on League Start. Essences grant toughness instead of life to the monster and a small amount of increased rarity and quantity to the monster for each essence. The higher toughness it has, the less damage it takes. Reduced toughness causes monsters to take more damage. Okay, so this is cool. This has the diminishing scaling, whereas this 108% increased roughness takes 50% less damage, 200 increased roughness takes 67% less damage, and so on. So the percent of roughness is always kind of a multiplier to the monster's life, added to the 100% of monster's life. So if your monster has 200% increased toughness, it is as though it has had 300% of its life, essentially taking 67% less relative damage to its max life. But yeah, the scaling falls off the more it is, right? So this is a good mechanic. This means at the top end, essences are probably not going to be quite as tanky as they used to be with a lot of essences in the monsters. Tormented Spirits provide item rarity and quantity for monsters they touch. Pinnacle bosses can have up to 50% action speed reduction rather than 30%, so that makes freeze a lot more powerful. The Meteor Telegraphing is better and has a 2-second cooldown, so this mod is not quite as much of a rip as it used to be. Does that also affect the Eldritch Altar mod for being targeted by a meteor when you use a flask? Because this specifically only mentions the tier 17 map modifier. I would assume that this also affects the Eldritch Altar mod, but it doesn't mention that one. It's a rare monster modifier that causes monster to overwhelm. Damage reduction causes the monster to apply crushed on hit. So basically nerfing that mod, because overwhelm applied from the first hit and crushed on hit only applies after you've already been hit. And crushed is also, I think, less than 30%, though I don't know for sure. Debuff PoE wiki. Crushed means lowers physical damage reduction by 30%. So yeah, definitely much weaker than 30% overwhelm. Battering Val side area modifier can no longer appear. I don't remember which one that was. Was that the one with Fizz's Extra Chaos? Is that in here? Yeah, great. It just says it here, but it's like... But I don't know where you can find the modifiers, Val side area modifiers. And then obviously the one that has been removed is no longer in here because it's already updated. So I can't even see which one is removed because it's not in this list anymore. Very, very helpful. Yes, I have no idea. Wonder if they are harder or easier now, or maybe they are the same. I'm pretty sure it's about the same with a low number of essences, but the more essences, the easier it is relatively, I think. Because previously it was a multiplier, right? Where every additional essence made the monster X% more tanky, whereas now every additional essence provides a smaller, more tanky modifier. Because the difference going from 0% to 50% less damage is bigger than going from, 50% less damage to 67% less damage and so on. So the more toughness you stack, the less impactful it's going to be. If I understand it correctly. Okay, correct League mods. Essences cost 6 chaos. And you get twice as many imprisoned monsters. so that's fair. Abyss now costs 4 instead of 6. Ambush costs 4 instead of 7, but has been nerfed in terms of how many strongboxes you get. Harbingers cost 4 instead of 6, and you get 2 instead of 3 Harbingers. That's proportional, so this is like pretty much the same. And you get 3 additional breaches for the same price as previously 2 additional breaches on the Karak mods. Oh wait, we didn't go over all of this. What did I miss? Telegraphing, battering... Simulacrum modifiers... have been adjusted. Less overwhelm. And instead you get increased damage. It looks like they've been trying to reduce some of the overwhelm and ignore physical damage. And everything overwhelm has been changed in wording to ignore, which makes sense. It's a little bit more obvious what it means. Revenant monsters now use the shared explosion telegraphing used by monster corpse explosions when they detonate their summoned minions. Okay, so Karak mods we went over. Then quest reward changes: Lyra 15 all-res, create an 8% movement speed, 40 max life, and Aramir 1 passive skill point. So this we've already heard in the teasers, and people are already in great disagreement about which one's the best. 40 max life, though, sounds a lot better now that we know that the mastery that previously granted 50 flat life now only grants 30 flat life. So Oak is actually better than that mastery now. If you were planning to pick that mastery, that is, then the 1 passive skill point is better invested in Oak than into that mastery. I think overall this is a good change, and I've seen a lot of people like advocating either of the 3, and like a lot of people saying they go for the passive skill. So it sounds a lot more balanced than it was before. And then the 1 passive skill point that you used to get from Aramir, like for a total of 2, is now shifted into Through Sacred Ground, so you get it there. So you still get the same amount of passive skill points in Act 2, just you don't trade 2 passive skill points for Illyra's, Kraton's, or Oak's benefit anymore, but you only trade 1. So these are all a lot more attractive now, even though Illyra doesn't give you the flat mana regen and the crit multi anymore. So then there's a whole bunch of gem rewards changed that I can't really contextualize this, because I don't really remember where you used to get them before. But yeah, seems good. So then we get the static life bars on Act and Pinnacle bosses. We get the walking over waypoints to unlock them, which is great because they unlock from quite a distance. You don't have to walk over them, you just have to walk past them, which is pretty big. How much did it cost to respect bandit points later on? 20 regrets. Like, you need to specifically vendor 20 regrets with an amulet. So it's not a big problem, though, because you will not use your regrets anymore for refunding your skill points early on, right? You get still the same amount of refund points from the Act playthrough, from the quests that grant refund points. So you use those as before, but now you can also use gold to refund passive points. And gold is specific to your character. You can't trade it with other people. So you're going to have to spend it on your character. I mean, some of it you will use for trading currency, but I think it's fair. Can you use gold to respec Atlas points? Probably not. I don't think so. We haven't heard anything like that. So I would naturally assume that we know about it. So you still need to use the currency for that. Orbs of Unmaking, I believe, what is the name, yeah? So But yeah, like Orbs of Unmaking wouldn't have any use if you could use gold to respec Atlas passive points, right? So I think that's fine. But with regrets, you got other uses for them. There's vendor recipes and trading them into unmakings, which, you know, when you can use gold to respec passive points that previously you had to use regrets for, then you can trade those regrets into unmakings now. So you'll definitely have more access to unmakings, I think. So reservation effects persist through death, which is great. So especially on builds that have fewer keybinds than they have skills that they want to bind, you don't have to like swap in your heralds and auras anymore and like do all the rebinding, switching it on and then rebinding again. Harvest encounters start with a single action rather than two. Bigger pickup range, which is huge to make it more on par with controllers. And the vendor recipe returns surplus scarabs when you vendor 4 or more scarabs. So that's great. So 3-for-1 scarab recipe actually works the same as other 3-for-1 recipes, like the oil recipes or so. They give you the remainder that doesn't get divided. And then bug fixes. Some vendor recipes could unfracture fractured items. Implicit modifiers doubled or tripled. Not correctly. Hand of Freesia applied auras to players using generosity. Okay. Some display bugs. Frostblink could stop casting while near to a wall. Earth Shadow had a minimum duration. Delve Darkness damage was not being dealt at some very deep depths. Thanks, Steve. Judgmental spirits could summon an excessive amount of skeletons when raised as a spectre. Toads summoned by the cultist witch spectre could prevent completion of the coward's trial. Raised spectre could raise the wrong spectre from affliction corpses in SSF. Operative strongboxes could be found in Alva's memory of cascading fortunes. An issue where lesser shrines were difficult to interact with. That's cool, dude. I always complained about lesser shrines being so awful to click. I hope it's much better now. I guess you just walk over them and it auto pick up now. Yo, what up, Boulder? Still reading? Yeah, we're about to finish the reading though. We're at bug fixes. And then we go to the updates. And bug fixes are not that important. We're just like flying over them and seeing. But yeah, lesser shrines being easier to interact with. Log in, dude. Hope game crashes are fixed. The test run and game just closed like 6 or 7 times. Nice. Yeah, I do hope that they fixed that as well. But I mean, they continuously improve the art and environments and all, right? So let's hope. Card could award Nebulous with less than 3 cent implicits. A bug where you could only throw the black flag into the beacon from certain angles. I remember it being hard to interact with the beacon sometimes. I hope that is the fix that fixes that for me. Ashenwood's map boss could spawn in an unreachable location. I don't remember ever having that, but I remember multiple times of running Ashenwoods and like being like, where's the boss? But then I usually like just looked at whether the map's complete or not, and then it said map complete, and so I figured I killed it. Unless it counts as killed when it spawns in an unreachable location, but I don't know. Fixed a bug where NPCs would still trade with you even if all their items offered didn't fit in the trade window. What? Tier 17 maps could roll multiples. Player have less effect area of effect modifiers. Great. Outdated modifiers on heist brooches. Delve in heist chests, veiled scarabs. Riptide monster could pull things they shouldn't, such as the ultimatum altar. Okay, they can only target players with their chain hook abilities now. Riptide from Toda, I remember, right? Itemized temples could have non-functional empowering rooms. Piety wasn't firing projectiles with her ball lightning skill. With their, Piety is not a female. Confirmed. Piety is non-binary. A bug where NPCs would no longer turn to face you when you started a dialogue with them. It's fixed as well. Stormbind and Stormbind of Teleportation missing the Arcane. Okay. Automation did not mention that it can support Val skills. Cannot. Flame Dash of Return did not state it cannot be supported by Unleash. Audio played when applying currency to a strongbox would play twice. Alternate art uniques had lost the shine on their 3D art. Okay. Demigod's authority could not be applied to rapiers after converting. What else do we have? Templar's neck was visible when using Karui elements or armor microtransactions. Saucy. What? Okay, fixed 3 instance crashes and a client crash. This game is awesome. I used to own it. I don't think you can own this game. You can pay a lot of money for the game, but you cannot own Path of Exile. Okay, and this is just all the changes that they made, but they're already in the patch notes, so we already read all the corrected lines here, so we don't have to go over these. You can own in it, unless you buy GGG. That's what you mean? You bought GGG? Congrats, dude. No, you mean you used to own in the game, I guess, yeah. You owned everyone in the game. Rude cat. Not really. I don't think I'm rude. I don't think me rude. Oh shit, I pressed the wrong button and I fucked this up. Okay, let me close some things here. No, you were terrible? You weren't good at the game, is that so? So you did buy GGG instead. That's what you meant. Fair enough. Yeah, guys, I'm gonna have to quickly leave you and go and eat some food before the podcast. That's what we're doing. So I'm gonna have to peace out real quick, but I'll be back. And we'll send you over to Arrow, who is my friend, who's also playing and planning out some awesome league starters. So I'll be back in like 2-3 hours before the podcast. We're theory crafting. I don't know. I can't do it. Like, how am I supposed to do it when I'm doing a podcast in 4 hours? I need to eat, dude. Let's be real. I could have cut the patch notes like 2 hours early, but then you would have said, where are the rest of the patch notes? So, not much I can do there. I can be early and we can do some theory crafting before the podcast. How about that? I think that does sound good. So, I also need to update the outro real quick because I haven't updated that in a month or two. Tencent bought your shares, but it was fun to be part of it. Oh, you did own GGG shares. Nice. Did own part of the game. Well, anyway, like I said, I'll try and then make it quick. I'm gonna make a pizza dough real quick, so I have some pizza for tomorrow as well to make. You eat at 7? Yeah. I eat. I try to eat only between, like, only in an 8-hour window during the day, which is also why I need to eat now, because otherwise it's gonna be way too late. I'm doing intermittent fasting and I'm losing a lot of weight right now. But I'll be back. I'll see you soon. Thanks everyone for tuning in. 4 hours from now, Faded 138 with Snoopy and Uncle Jay. As always, Ballermage is gonna be there, so I'm looking forward to it. And I'll see you soon. Thanks, guys.
I know a lot of people want to send blankets or water.
Bye-bye.
Just send your cash.